Humanity's greatest inventions have been born from a longing for better lives. Nuclear power to light our homes, seismic waves to map the Earth's core. Yet we never quite learned how to wield our potential, invariably turning it against ourselves. Whatever the outcome of this battle, we have once again demonstrated this truth to the entire universe. A titanic force wrought by human hands and slipped from our grasp.
Crust is extremely unstable. Be prepared for a big one.
All units evacuate the area. Fall back ASAP.
This was caused by Havoc. Destruction of their tremor system is crucial.
All units, defend the key objective. Unstable. The next one could be a major quake.
The enemy has activated the device. We're detecting a massive quake on the way.
Ma'am, you cannot stay here. The aftershocks are still continuing and the evacuation zone will be closed soon.
I only know that my child is buried here. Signal detected.
Ma'am, be careful. The earthquake's coming again.
My child is still in there.
But both GTI and Havoc rescue teams have already searched the area. It's too dangerous for you to go back in.
I have to go back.
Operators, welcome. We all know that on high-stakes operations maps, the biggest threat isn't always tactical, but those unseen enemies who undermine fair play, the cheaters. That's why our security team is building a defense matrix from the ground up. Our primary weapon, Anti-Cheat Expert, or ACE. ACE isn't some rookie on the anti-cheat arena. With 20 years of experience on the digital front lines, spanning both PC and mobile platforms, it stands as one of the gaming industry's leading providers of security solutions worldwide. As for specific measures, we've also rolled out the new DMA Shield solution. Think of it as installing a biometric-enabled barrier for your computer that keeps the vast majority of hardware cheats locked out of the game. Some of you may have seen the DMA Shield not enabled prompt when launching the game. Don't worry. This doesn't mean your account is suspended, it's simply the system reminding you, we need you to manually activate your computer's defense shield. Now, follow along with this video guide. In just 3 minutes, you can easily deploy DMA Shield and secure your gameplay. First, we need to confirm your computer's motherboard manufacturer. This step is crucial. Press Windows key plus R, type msinfo32, and hit enter. Here, you can check your motherboard manufacturer, which will tell you how to access the BIOS. Restart your computer. When the screen lights up, but before Windows loads, tap repeatedly or hold the corresponding boot key to enter the BIOS. Most computers use Delete or F2, but please refer to your motherboard manufacturer's instructions for the exact key and steps. Once in the BIOS, we need to track down the crucial VTD or IOMMU settings. If you've got an Intel processor, find VTD in the Advanced or System Agent menu and turn it on. If you've got an AMD processor, locate the IOMMU option and set it to Enabled. This is the critical switch for blocking hardware cheats. Note that BIOS menu vary by manufacturer. If you cannot find the relevant switch in the suggested paths, contact your motherboard manufacturer for further guidance. Congratulations, you've successfully set up the DMA Shield. In addition to DMA Shield, you may see error pop-ups related to Secure Boot at TPM 2.0. These are independent security checks. Secure Boot and TPM 2.0 make sure your PC only loads trusted software during startup, which is also essential for our anti-cheat operations. Let's configure them correctly now. First, we need to confirm that your system disk uses GPT partitioning. Press Win+X, Disk Management, find your system drive, Properties, Volumes, Disk Partition Style, GPT. Next, ensure your BIOS mode is set to UEFI. Press Win+R, MSInfo32, System Summary, BIOS mode, UEFI. These two indicators are the gold standard for enabling Secure Boot and TPM 2.0. If you check both boxes, excellent. We only need to enter the BIOS again to enable Secure Boot and TPM 2.0. As shown, these options are usually found under Advanced, Security, or Boot menus, but the names and locations can vary depending on your motherboard manufacturer. Locate Secure Boot and set it to Enable. Then find TPM and turn it on. If your device allows version selection, choose 2.0. Congratulations! With DMA Shield, Secure Boot, and TPM 2.0 fully deployed, your computer is now equipped with a top-tier defense system. From here on out, you'll run into fewer cheaters and have a combat experience where skill truly decides the outcome. If you hit any snags during setup, reach out to us through the dedicated Discord hardware support channel, in-game customer service, or email. We've got your back. Operators, deploy with confidence.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codenamed Vlinder. Role, support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture sensoring tech. Upon impact with a service, the grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, the UAVs may also utilize their active defense system,
It's working.
automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect to Vlinder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Alonzo, hand it over to the Academy and claim sole credit for the Dark Matter project. It seems the Academy never taught you that efficiency boils down to cost calculation. And emotion is the greatest premium. The choice is yours.
Director, the board is ready. The acquisition plan is a notice, not a proposal. Sign it.
So arrogant! The chairman will not approve this!
My father has grown old, and you are what remains of a bygone era.
What gives you the right to issue us orders? You won't get away with it.
The first lesson my father taught me was to make sure everyone sees eye to eye. Now, do we have an understanding? Do not resist. I have already allied with Havoc. Dark matter is the future. Take them away.
Cut the nonsense, Alonzo. You overstepped.
Overstepped. I'm walking the path you laid out for me. Only now, I'm in charge. You're next, Demunan.
Gizmo, we've conducted a risk-benefit analysis of pursuing Saeed. His father believed he would grow into a fine hunter, and his subordinates are convinced they can accomplish change in Asaro by following him. Reese mocks his naivete, while Havoc deems him a significant threat. Our superiors have issued the following directive. Saeed's active vendetta against Havoc, who destroyed his village and people therein, presents an opportunity worth exploiting.
It's Saeed!
Rest in peace. Farewell.
The hunt has begun. Check your gear. No mistakes. Crush them.
Got it, boss! On the way!
Cover me. Hold formation.
Nice moves, boss!
Enough chatter. Move out.
Let's go! Hold on! Go, go, go!
Good morning, or good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome into the Delta Force Global League Season 4 European Finals. I'm Goj. I'm going to be your host today, and I am so excited to be back with you. It feels like days ago that we completed all of our semifinals for both regions, and it was less than 48 hours ago, I think, by the time we finished NA. So it is time to be back. It's time for some more Delta Force, and it's time for the EU Finals. Let me bring in my amazing co-host and co-caster, Spider Tiff, back with us for the European region. How you feeling this morning, Tiff?
I am so amped. Despite the fact that it's freezing cold outside, it is the best time of day to just get in your office, get behind the computer, and watch some Delta Force action, especially with the finals, baby. We've got money on the line today.
That is exactly right. We've got $10,000 on the line and a lot to talk about, folks. Maybe you missed the semifinals. Maybe you have no idea what's going on. Welcome. We got to talk about the format. This tournament server and this format is so dang cool. So let me break it all down for you and ask questions as we go. Now, first and foremost, all of our players will start with 1 million in Technic Alloy to kit themselves out for the very first game. This is going to play like normal operations, though. If you die, you lose your gear. Super important factor. If you bring in a lot of gear and you lose it, too bad. Now, The games are all played on a tournament server, all on a season, a couple seasons ago, of War Ablaze. So you're not going to see Gizmo on the map, but you will see Raptor. The other key factor is that this is called the double brick format, which means our leaderboard is going to be ranked by how many Mandel bricks your team has captured, and then it is ranked by overall total assets. This includes ways that you can earn Technic Alloy, unspent Technic Alloy, and just all the gear that you have, all right? Now, the main key factor about this tournament server and the way this format works that is so important is that we will play up to 7 rounds, but because it's double brick format, if a team at any point captures 2 Mandel bricks, they win the tournament. We finish the game we're on, but then we are done. Now, we saw this in North America. A team was able to capture the first Mandel brick that happens on round 2 and the second Mandel brick that happens on round 4. And North American semifinals Group A, well, it was done in 4 games. So that's how that all works. Round 1 and round 3 will have an airdrop, not a Mandel brick, which just has some nice tier 5 gear or maybe that AWM that is super important. And then the final rule on this page that is super important as well is that every team can only use each operator twice, okay? So if you go double Hat Claw at any point in the tournament, maybe you do that on map 3, well, you can't use Hat Claw on any other map at all right? So keep that in mind. We got a graphic to show who's used what and what they have left, especially as we get deeper into this tournament. Now, like I said, everybody starts with $1 million in Technic Alloy, but they also have a 3x3 safe box that works like a normal safe box. So keep that in mind, that just because you die doesn't mean you're not gonna have something to take home into your stash. And everybody has a 12-slot card holder. We've also made all of the key cards on the map worth 1 Technic Alloy, and sometimes they actually have a master key that just opens all the doors, so nobody's going to have any issues with that. Now, the ways you can earn resources, this really cool format allows for automatic resources sent to your account. One way to do that is you're just going to get free supply every single round. That slowly ticks up the deeper we go in the tournament, just to make sure nobody goes broke by, losing a lot. However, the main way you get a bunch of Technic Alloy is you get 400,000 Technic Alloy per kill, per elimination. This is a key factor. You wipe a full squad, you get 3 kills. That is 1.2 mil just from kills. You're going to get rewarded for playing very aggressive. Now, you also earn some Technic Alloy for decoding Mandel bricks, and then if you don't extract multiple times in a row, you get some extra Technic Alloy, again, to make sure you don't go totally broke and still have an opportunity to play. So those are the main rules. Now, I want to talk about the Mandel brick rules, though, because there's some unique rules that actually came into play pretty importantly, actually, in our group stages, especially in EU Group B. The main one here is that you can't grab the Mandel brick off rip. It's about a 2-minute timer before it's available. But once it's available, if the Mandel brick is taken from its original spawn, any squad that has it, whether it exchanges hands or like we saw in North America as well, if it's sitting on the ground for too long, it's 5 minutes to put it into a decoding station before it goes back to its spawn point, okay? But once you put it in a decoding station, there's a 4-minute timer. Every time that Mandel brick's in the decoding station and it gets stolen, that timer will decrease by 30 seconds. The minimum time, though, that it can go to is 90 seconds. So if it gets stolen over and over and over again, we get down to a 90-second timer and it gets stolen again, it's still going to be a 90-second timer the next time you put it in. We can run out of time in the game before that Mandel brick gets decoded. Now, a new rule this season that you haven't seen in the past is that if the team that is decoding the Mandel brick gets fully eliminated, fully wiped off the map, that timer pauses and it is free to steal in the decoding station. A lot of rules, very unique rules, and I'm loving this format. So ask questions as needed. Now, Tiff, let's talk about the prize pool because it's finals day. This money is on the line.
Yeah, of course. We have $10,000 to go out to all of our players competing here today. However, if you grab 2 Mandel bricks throughout the duration of this and net yourself first place, well, $4,000 goes the way. Of course, you don't have to grab 2 Mandel bricks. It's just the easiest way to end this tournament and net yourself that 4K. Second place will take home 3K, and it'll say that is going to scale all the way down to 6th place with 4th through 6th, taking home $500 per team. Now, obviously, you want to be in that $4,000 range.
Yeah, we got to go for the win.
You do. You got to
Gotta go for the win. Top, all 6, everybody that made it to the finals is making a bit of cash today. which is exciting. So well done to everybody that's made it to this stage. We had open qualifiers all the way to the finals. So everybody's making a little bit, but you definitely want to go for the 4K at the top. Now, I want to talk about the rounds that we're playing. Again, we can play up to 7 rounds, and there's a different map for every round. So let's take a look at that map rotation for the day. It's going to be the same as open qualifiers and the same as the semifinals. Looking at this page, we're going to start on 0 Dam, Tiff. Any favorites from this rotation? You want to walk me through the rest of the maps we'll play today?
Yeah, of course. You will see Brackish in game 2. That's your first Mandel brick. I love kind of the introduction of the Mandel brick on Brackish. You have those 3 decoding stations. A lot of people favor Asura Camp, which can get pretty heated because of all the vantage lines. So keep tabs on that one in particular. Tide Prison, the newest one to our map rotation, has proven to be quite entertaining solely for the fact that there's multiple levels, right? That's where you're typically going to see maybe some double hat claws come into play. Semifinals Group B over on the European side of things really favor the double hat claw, where a couple people in semifinals A did elect to go that route as well. Got to get your data up, got to get the information so you know where everyone is currently at. Then we go into triple Space City, baby. Now, it gets really wild over there on Space City. Especially with your fighting for those tier 1 spawns and trying to get as close to that Mandelbrick spawn as possible. We saw a lot of people take the closest decoding station as opposed to dormitory building. We'll dive more into that later. So it kind of came into this like bloodbath situation. However, for semifinals Group B, we did actually see it go to a game 7, and to no one else's surprise, you know what the last place team picked? More Space City. So you never know what's going to happen today.
I love it. And again, with that game 7, you can't pick 0 Dam, but you can pick any other map. And yeah, we picked Space City last time, so I'll be curious to see if we get to game 7 again. It is the best competition technically. It's the top 6 teams. Let's talk about those teams though, and we've been talking a lot about what happened in the semifinals, so I want to talk about the 6 teams that made it here, Tiff. Obviously some standout performances from some expected teams. Mandelbrick Addiction is an obvious one. We talked about them a lot yesterday, and we're going to talk about them more in a little bit, but Mandelbrick Addiction crushed it, and this is a team that actually made it to land in China under a similar format, so there's no surprise there. But talk to me about a couple of these other rosters, Tiff, and what you saw from our EU semifinals.
Yeah, I think we should go ahead and start off with the teams from the semifinals Group A. You have Legacy, Mandelbrick, and Dark Entities. Now, Dark Entities over there on the top left, Rich, Folare, and Ubishka, they were the ones that grabbed that first Mandelbrick over on Brackish. Now, it was really intense because Legacy was actually the team that grabbed it immediately and then had to fend off a ton of people. It spawned into a huge brawl, but at the end, it was Dark Entities that was able to decode that Mandelbrick. Now, keeping things off, of course, we're going to start on 0 Dam, which is that airdrop only supply. It was a pretty fine game for them, right? They grabbed 3 kills, a little slow start, had a ton of looted assets in the form of about $1 million for the team, and they kind of just ramped up from there, definitely playing for those Mandelbrick rounds, of course, due to the format, but I'm excited to see how they're going to amp things up today now that they're going to be pitted against the top 3 teams from Group B in the finals lobby. Now, if you're looking at that in particular with some of the teams from semifinals B, Perry, they're kind of that equivalent to Mandelbrick Addiction in terms of the success that they found in forms of kills, right? Hailing from semifinals B, they had 32 total kills. Now, of course, they only grabbed 1 Mandelbrick because no one was able to secure 2, but the total assets across the entire thing, which is why they got first, was 24 million. It bested everyone from semifinals A in terms of kills and loot value. So Stick, Even, and Baxter are going to be super scary.
I love that breakdown, and Group B, like you said, was intense to say the least. We got a chance to see both sides of the equation. A couple key teams actually missing out. Even a team, a French Mafia, missed out on the finals. Like you were talking about, it was really, really tight in Group B, and I think for that team to miss was a huge bummer. They had a Mandelbrick, but they just couldn't get it done because they didn't have enough assets. Now, I want to take a look back on those semifinals a little bit deeper while we've got a moment, and take a look at some of the highlights from the semifinals. Most of these obviously coming from Group A because that's what we casted over the most, Tiff. And I think this is going to showcase a lot of what you just talked about and a lot of the breakdown. There were a lot of kills going to the side of Mandelbrick Addiction, Dark Entities, who you see on your screen right now. And this is where Dark Entities actually got the very first Mandelbrick. They had a nice value add to start things off. They had a power position in this tournament. When you win the first brick, you have a lot of breathing room to be able to play in whatever style you'd like. If you want to play aggressive, fantastic, because you've already got the first brick. And then we got to Space City and things got a little nasty.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, because it was just constant chaos. And we didn't really think it was going to be like that, because when we were witnessing that first map on Space City, you know, it was Legacy, right? They hopped the Mandelbrick, they hopped the decoding station, and we were just waiting for people to chow them. Of course, Mandelbrick Addiction does full send them eventually, and they get full wiped, but it was maybe 5 seconds after the decode was completed. However, then you start seeing some of the shining moments of these snipes that come on in, even some AWM stealing. I personally love a clean hit like that, but PBX also shined a bit as well.
Yeah, there were some key standout performances, even from teams that didn't qual, and I think that's the nature of a semifinals, right? This tournament, as a reminder for everybody back home, like some highlight level plays, but they came through open qualifiers to get here. Here's a look at the final overall leaderboard, by the way. Went to game 6, like Tiff was talking about, and here's the final scores. Legacy ended up picking up a couple bricks throughout the course of the day and ending the competition, but Mandelbrick Addiction, they get third, they qualify because they've got a Mandelbrick. Everybody else doesn't care. They had 26 kills, Tiff. This was insane.
See, that's what I was saying. Like, in their open qualifiers, they averaged 4 kills per map. And we were like, that's insane. That's solid. That's one team full wiped plus another. But then you have a team from Group B that's coming in. We'll chat on them later that averaged even more. But we keep scaling up our performance. So I feel like we're going to have a lot of teams that either level each other out and have more drawn out fights, or you never know. That's my favorite part about operations in particular. It's just like the luck of the draw that day and your spawns and everything. But you've got to play perfection if you want to claim yourself as the champion of Delta Force Global League Season 4.
Yeah, I like that breakdown. Let's take a quick look at Group B as well, because yes, we'll see Legacy and the rest making it to the finals, but this is what I was talking about. Holy cow, was it close in Group B. Perry, obviously, go bonkers in the kills category. Nobody was able to double brick. We go all the way to game 7, and this was such a huge upswing for Darkside to be able to swing into a top 3 position, actually take 2nd place overall. Crazy amount of total loot value, and get 2nd with that last brick. LV having a brick. French Mafia played the brick format very aggressively, went for a brick every time there was a brick on the map, didn't play to protect their loot, which traditionally speaking can work for teams, especially when you're trying to get top 3. It just so happened this time around we go all the way to game 7 and there's 4 bricks on the map. And folks at home, you may be very smart. I hope that you are. You may be noticing, wait a minute, if they went to game 7, there were 5 Mandelbrick rounds, weren't there? That is correct. We went to game 7, and in game 6, which we did not watch on broadcast, the brick has changed hands so many times that it did not get decoded at all by anybody. So a wild Group B that we got to catch the end of, which I'm very thankful for. So top 3 teams, Perry, Darkside, LV, joining the likes of Legacy and Co. from Group A to make and round out our final grouping of 6 teams for the finals, Tiff. What a recap. A lot going on in this competition, but it is all about today. $10,000 on the line. We got to talk about a team that we've been highlighting throughout the course of this competition, from open quals into semifinals and obviously making it to the finals. Mandelbrick Addiction. They may not have won their group, but they outslayed their competition by a sizable margin. I want to take a look at some of the stats that they were able to throw up during the semifinals, Tiff, because really impressive stuff from them. And you got to remember, this is a team that competed on land, so they've got a lot of eyes on them. And here's some highlights from some of their gameplay. It obviously all started in Zero Dam, where they got a pretty mixy off rip.
Yeah, they really did. And I think a lot of their fights look to be pretty smart. And I'd like to touch on the fact that they're quick as well. So as you see, they like to get in and completely eviscerate their opponents. However, in this particular map, Buldo had already stolen the sniper and he's rotated out waiting for that extraction. But when you have them start to do the Mandelbrick decoding, and specifically this one, they are not letting Legacy get out of there with 2 seconds left to go on the extract. They said, no, we're taking your lives with us. And of course, 26 kills across their semifinals, 19 million total assets. That's 6.5 average kills, which I was talking about their open qualifier performance being 4 kills per game. So we've already elevated that. And if the trend continues and you're putting up more kills in a higher caliber lobby, do we see 8 today? Because that would be insane. I don't even know if that's possible for them, but I'm sure it is. But you might as well. With Skydie on your team looking that good, I'm taking it all day.
It's definitely possible. These are some pretty impressive stats from a very stacked lobby. We had a lot of fun watching this team, and I am going to assume they're going to try to slay out as well. I will say there's some other big slayers like Perry that are joining the lobby now all together. There's not going to be that many kills to go around, so who knows if that average kills will go up. But a big shout out to Skydie being technical MVP for this team. I think, again, if our chatters are very smart, they can do a little bit of math here and say, hey, he was MVP. This is his individual total assets he brought to the table for their 19 million total. You might be doing some math and thinking, wow, it was pretty even between this full team of 3, and he was just barely the MVP. And that's right. It was very close, but Skydie technical MVP in terms of total value that he brings to the table from looting to kills and everything in between added up to 6.6 mil out of their 19 mil total. So big shout out to this team. Excited to watch them here on online finals yet again after a pretty impressive LAN performance a couple months ago and a really impressive performance through open quals and into semifinals. But let's take a look at Zero Dam. In particular, the operators that have been chosen the most for Zero Dam over the course of the open quals and, well, here in the semifinals as well. And to take a look at some of these percentages, what we've noticed throughout the course of this competition thus far is that there are metas now for a game 1 on Zero Dam without a mana brick and a game 2 on Brackish with a mana brick. A lot of these teams are running very similar operators.
They are, but what I like to focus on specifically is I wrote down Mandel Brick Addiction when I was talking about them for Zero Dam just in the semifinals, right? They actually double picked Nox. So that 21.1% pick rate, that's pretty solid. There's a good chance you'll see at least one per team, but the fact that they burnt it twice already, I'm curious if they'll continue to do that here today. A ton of Raptors, just the utility package that he offers in terms of getting information. It's going to be great. And D-Wolf with the Triple Blaster is going to be so nice, especially when we focus on the fight that happens around that typical extract on Zero Dam. Because how many times, Goj, were we witnessing teams that spent the entirety of Zero Dam looting and then trying to hit the extract? However, there were teams that were already sitting on the extract waiting to try and kill them and take the loot and leave.
Yeah, the D-Wolf Triple Blaster can certainly help clearing and zoning out some of these extraction points. But folks, it's time for game 1. We're already ready to rock and roll. Players are moving quick. Thanks for listening to our jam-packed information dump that we throw in there on you all at the start of the show. Now, folks, here in Zero Dam, there is not a mana brick. This is what we call like a resupply round. This is going to just get everybody starting off, all right? They're going to get the loot that they can. They're going to try to get out of the map where they can. And I'm sure there's going to be lots of fights as well. One of the key things I think we saw during this map with those operator selections, Raptor finds a lot of value because Zero Dam is pretty dang open besides some of those choke points inside of admin or the extraction point. So let's take a look at some of the spawns. Let's see where everybody's at. It does look like LEG and I believe that is DS have gotten the prio spawns. That's tier 1 spawns next to admin, and LEG might go ahead and start wall breaker by the looks of it from Scoob's position.
Look, I think that's a really solid start for them, but my eyes are going to be on Perry and Mandel Brick Addiction. Now, this is because in Zero Dam, during some of the prior semifinals, they did the best. They had about 3 and 4 million looted assets, respectfully, and similar amounts of kills. So if you're going to be running similar stat lines, starting from where you currently are, you've got the most room to, like, just NBA in general. You could rotate into major substation, maybe pick one off of DE, and go from there.
Yeah, I like that shout. Traditionally speaking, if you get a prio spawn in map 1, you got to take advantage of it because it means you won't get a T1 spawn in map 2 when there's a mantle brick. So now's the time to get a bunch of loot if you can and have prio position for that extract zone. We'll keep our eyes on our players. One thing you'll also notice as we're cycling through players is not a lot of people bring in decent gear into this first round. Oftentimes bringing in blues, maybe not even bringing in helmets or armor at all. You can see Boldo currently not rocking anything. He actually might have a blue helmet that he maybe found off of an NPC, a bot on the map, Scav. But either way you look at it, looks like Lynx has already found gold armor off of one of these bodies on the ground, which is huge. Certainly did not buy that before this map. It's not possible, so big ups from them.
A little finals lobby buff right there. No, I think that's great. I did notice, however, they were running Viren early on. So if you want to kind of go for the movement that operator brings to the table, but it's not very typical to what we saw happening in the semifinals, of course. So you do have the D-Wolf here, you have the Raptor, but then we have someone else that's locking in an engineer. So we're just being a little different, right?
I like it. I think any assault operators can be helpful in Zero Dam, but yeah, you're seeing Raptor here, you're seeing Shepherd being used as well. Look, oftentimes in Zero Dam, you know, you're gonna see LEG kind of get a free, not a free wall breaker? No, yes, a free wall breaker. There's some scavs there. Those LV tags kind of scared me for a second, Tiff, but usually whoever gets the prior spawn for wall breaker should have fairly free. The opposite team that gets T1 spawn on the opposite side of admin will get most of admin for free. So they're gonna get most of the gold loot, safe box what they can. We'll see if anybody tries the third party pretty quickly. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, at least not yet.
No, I think they're going to be all right. Some reds going the way of DS over there. Nice 8 million, but 800K. We'll take that. That's a solid start and very much on par with what we were witnessing in the semifinals lobby. Actually, one member of Dark Side looted 2.7 million on Zero Dam for themselves.
Oh, wow. In the semifinals. That's crazy.
Yeah. Pretty solid way to kick things off.
Yeah, and they actually get that T1 spawn again. So, again, you're seeing those reds come through from DS who spawned out inside of, or basically right next to admin. See your red right here. Nice pickup from Scoob. Oh, Skydie with a huge pull off screen. Folks, you want to know where that was pulled? That was pulled outside of Visitor Center, of all places. Holy cow. What a pull. And this is not an airdrop. This is where Skydie just pulled that cam from. That is crazy. 1.4 mil pull. The cloud, sorry, not the camera, the cloud ARR. The cloud array is crazy pull here for Skydie in the middle of nowhere, it feels like. I mean, I've pulled some stuff over here, but not like that. Very well done from him. Now, what they're doing, Tiff 2, is they're going to be setting up for probably the first airdrop that lands in this area. There's 2 airdrops that'll land on this map instead of a mana brick. The first one will have tier 5 loot, maybe some reds in it potentially, and the second one will have that AWM and the Lapua ammo. You can't buy the Lapua ammo between games. Oh, and actually, the first spawn actually pulls to the northern one. We haven't seen this in competition in a very long time. Look at where it pulls on the map. Way up there at admin. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's fun. Might as well make things difficult, right? But NBA is already on the move. Now, they did actually lock in the double knocks and Raptor as well, very similar to what they did in the semifinals. So they're kind of operating business as usual. They felt very confident in their operator selection and their fighting prowess then, and I'd imagine they're going to keep to it here. However, I will say this is a much slower lobby in terms of the aggressive nature that we did witness in the semifinals, and I'm okay with that, right? This is the first time that they're meeting from their respective groups, and they kind of just want to feel everyone out, and honestly, most people are focusing on the loot.
Yeah, Perry was able to find about half a mil statue there. That's over in cement plant. But you're right, very slow right now. I'm so surprised our first airdrop pulled to the north side. I don't think I've seen this airdrop pull in at least since DFI qualifiers. Been a very long time, which is obviously a huge reward for our T1 teams, T1 spawn teams, which is going to be that DS squad that's up here. LEG technically could make a play. They're probably still over there in Wallbreaker right now, what we can tell. And then LV have crept over from barracks and will be playing around this airdrop. So you should see our first engagement here, actually, probably with DS and LV. Looks like LV taking this nice and slow, going to be peeking these corners. And DS is going to go for the airdrop now. They've smoked behind, and wow, there's some gold armor. Thank you very much. Again, a lot of T5 stuff here in the first airdrop, which is a very nice value add to start off gold armor. You can't buy it for the first round, so not a bad pull there for DS, and it actually looks like it was relatively uncontested somehow. LV did not get involved. They just watched them take it.
That's just basically because of the fact of where the spawn was. It wasn't out in the open towards the south where it typically can pull one of the 3 spawns. For Dark Entities, you know, there's a couple people. Looks like NBA might be that first initial bout with them. And we just really don't have a ton of long-range ammo here, so I would love to see just take one down. But you do have the warning fight shots already.
Yeah, I am so surprised our first fight is DE and NBA instead of sub. Like, what in the world? Skydie out in the open for a hair too long. Our MVP goes down early. This is going to be a signal flare that we can get involved. Fleric finds one. They might just insta-stick this res, thinking that they can't push too aggressively to make a play on us. and they're behind some cover. So Skitey should get back up here, but be very weak. Flourish may have an angle here with Uzbishka. They're getting very aggressive. Full array, not too far behind as well. Flurk will be first to the party. Shock arrow goes out, so he can't quite get to the angle. Skitey is up, but not for very long, and it looks like the fire landed. Gets the knockdown, gets the two-piece. Skitey's on 1 HP in a dream, and down goes Mandel Brick Addiction. A perfect push from DE.
You're telling me the team that we sit here hyping up, talking about how their prowess is with fighting, gets wiped by Dark Entities. Now, Dark Entities did have 3 kills from their prior Zero Dam experience in the semifinals, but Mandelbrick had 4, and now they're wiped after looting some exceptional things. And that is just not what you want to see on your first match. Definitely a different story from the semifinals.
Insane play from them. Just very, very clean fight. And this is the value of the Viren in that instant. It was a perfect land of that knockdown. It forced Boldo to just sit there and unfortunately can't shoot his gun. He's got to stand back up, and by the time he's standing up, Flourish is already throwing bullets down range. Now, I want to, if we can, throw the map view up. I know I'm putting production on the spot here, but I saw something on the mini-map I want to highlight. You can see there on the mini-map, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Look at where that second airdrop is. This is the one that we saw during the semifinals as well. This airdrop has the AWM in it, and it lands directly on DE's head outside of Substation. DS will contest this. They got the first airdrop, but DE getting paid for their aggression right now.
And look at them just waiting for it to touch down. They're like, please give me the AWM. Now, friendly reminder, guys, the semifinals A that we watched on main broadcast, it was Jen that got the AWM both times. And you know what? They're not in this lobby. They didn't even make it. It's close, though.
Yeah, it does look like DE is going to be first to the party. They're going to aggressively go for this airdrop, not taking any chances, especially when you've got Borcher fold right now. Holy cow. Use Bishka with a big pickup there. And you can see Full Array's actually got the AWM in hand, was the one that grabbed it. If I saw correctly, I think they actually spread out some of the ammo so they at least take some ammo back, even if Full Array goes down. But he's got 5 shots on him, maybe another 5 in the safe box, who knows? But either way, DS now in a bit of trouble. Reminder, they had a bunch of golds on their body, of which obviously they can't put in their safe box. So this is a huge fight for DE. They've already wiped the squad. They already have a kill here on DS. That's 1.6 mil automatically going to them no matter what happens. But if they get a wipe here and get all the golds they found, this would be a monster game for DE.
Yeah, I do love that you have Shepard here already kind of layering out some of the traps. Lob the nade. Bola raise the potential for the one that could take that, but at face value does move back. So this is working in basically how they want it to. Now, one member of DS already did back out just a bit more. It's gonna be across the way. It's gonna be Full Array looking, holding angles. Patience, though. They do want to get their third member up, but not when you've got DE that has completely surrounded him on the ground.
Yeah, patience certainly a virtue here when you're down in numbers. Now, speaking of down in numbers, by the way, look at Perry. This is a classic strategy, not only looking to take an engagement from the backside and third party this fight, but they've sent Star Baxter out of this lobby. Baxter's already taken an extract, saving some of the loot that they found, and they're going to leave 2 players on the map to just play spoiler to their opponents. This is going to guarantee that they have more than they started with, which is a nice play. Obviously, down in numbers means they're not going to have an advantage, but hey, if you can third party, there it could be your advantage. Now, Uzbishka is about to play spoiler if Sandstorm peeks this, so he can't.
No.
A DS is about to get wiped. This is so brutal, but we're getting some help from Perry. Just off screen, Evan is able to take down Full Array, and that is a full as well, which means the AWM is on the ground. Sandstorm, thinking he's got a brief moment to go for the res, gets pegged to the back and unfortunately can't find a moment to breathe. Uzbishka has to swing back onto Perry, and they're trading blows back and forth. It's trades everywhere, and the only person that is alive for Perry now is Evan, and Evan's trying to go for a res on yellow target, but LEG's getting into the mix to get the cleanup. Sandstorm's gone. DS wiped. Holy cow, down goes Perry. It's utter chaos.
Well, I guess, you know, sometimes you've got to be late to the party, but you get all the reaping benefits of it. Legacy now does pick up a couple bits there. You can see Easy with 2 kills, and they get to loot all these death boxes. The only team of 3 that's going to be left is LV, and it seems for now they're minding their own business.
And this is why they call it a party when more than 2 teams are involved. So much chaos. A party for us as viewers, and all of a sudden, after all of that nuttiness all over the map, the third and fourth parties. LEG is actually the team that's going to get paid for it. Now, some of the teams that got wiped, they had plenty of loot in their safe boxes. They got kills. They're going to go up for sure. But LEG's they're looking, using the Raptor. They don't see anything, which means they can loot all of these bodies over here. I think there's, what, like 8 bodies over here? All those bodies with a bunch of golds. They're going to come out rich just from those bodies alone.
Little AWM.
Yeah, you're right. There's an AWM on the ground as well. It's huge.
Looks like LV might just try to get out. And if they just want to sit up there for a while, maybe Legacy works their way up there. Could be a fight. But for now, I'm spending the next 3 minutes slurping up all the loot from the death boxes and just doing some inventory management. I'll worry about everything else later.
Yeah, the very interesting part about those 8 boxes is there's actually crazy loot on them that is super helpful. Like I said, golds, etc. AWM, amazing. The problem with all of that loot is to keep it, you got to get out of the map. So you only have a couple options. You can either go to the dam extract where LV's going to be lying in wait for you. And it's going to be a 3v3 fight. They're going to battle over his position. I expect that to happen. We've got the no bag extract. Could take one. You've got the weight extract, which I don't know if you're going to be able to get out via that with all of that gold armor in your bag. Maybe you could if you drop a lot of stuff. And then the paid extract at the bottom of the map, Baxter's already used that. So I am very curious to see what LEG decides to do here. I guess that vest actually doesn't weigh all that much. I think he could take it out and keep the AWM. That's probably what he's doing. Huge. Yeah. That's exactly what he's doing. Gonna take one player out for LEG with the AWM. A very smart play. And his 2 teammates are gonna be maybe trying to play for that damn extract and play spoiler to LV.
At least you're getting one player out. There it is. Less than 30 kg to extract. Should be of no issue. We'll make that work. 8 seconds left. And we're just being like, all right, see ya. Saving the AWM. Now, I'm ready for V3. We have seen similar engagements over towards that extract in the north. What is that going to look like since LV is already situated accordingly? You've got a couple people. You have obviously Umit up there on the top, kind of just holding that angle. But here comes Legacy.
Yeah, it's a 3v2 and LV has the power position. I can't imagine they throw this. Especially, I mean, I like this spot from Umit. The main reason I like it is because you don't know where they're going to enter from. Oftentimes, team will try to sneak this way, so you got to at least cover it. But the Raptor's so valuable for getting information. And I think they've been spotted. If they haven't, they have now. So they know which direction. Umit can still play from this heady up here. I don't think they know it's only going to be 2, though. So they're not going to play this too aggressively. They're going to play very defensively here. I know they have the power position.
Well, Easy still on the Raptor, has the EMP. Oh, good sightline there.
Been marked.
And they've immediately got an influx of utility. Easy takes way too much damage there. Scoob incredibly low as well. Does LV get hyper aggressive and push on that? Or do they just wait? No, they're being conservative.
Yeah,
they don't have to go. They have a D-Wolf, but they're going to get a triple blaster to the face if you start to move too far.
Yeah, you don't want to scam there. I mean, if they knew it was only 2 players, if they know for a fact it's only 2, they don't know where the third is, maybe they swing that and they would definitely win. But they're just going to sit here and wait and just extract. They don't necessarily care about the kills. They're trying to protect maybe a little bit of the loot that they have. Frankly, LV don't have that much. They want to win this fight. They've got less than a mil from this map alone with D-Wolf activated.
Okay.
One goes down. Scoob gets punished immediately. And with the trades on the right-hand side, LEG out of here. That was free for LV. And they got 30 seconds to loot.
Kind of shocked that he peeked that, but you know what? They're going to have all the good loot that they spent so long looting. Of course, it's not going to be that AWM and maybe some of the prior things that we had already seen one player get out with. But it doesn't matter. This is going to be so much better than that 700k LV had to start with. Look, immediately jump up to 3.8 million plus their kills that they can work with 400k apiece. Nice job, LV. Patience right there nets you the top loot value obtained in this map.
Yeah, very worth it. I think that was the right play. Nice cleanup there from LV. Play nice and slow. And LEG had to try for that. There's really no other way to get out of the map that was reasonable for them. And so because of that, hey, we just got to go for it. And unfortunately, 2v3 when the defense has been set up for a while and they've got nothing to lose. There's just nothing going on there for LEG. But a great effort nonetheless. So nice job from LV to clean that up and actually jump the leaderboard pretty aggressively. If they wouldn't have been chowed there, they're probably going to be near the bottom, even though they extract, because they only picked up like 700k loot from that zero dam raid until the fight at the very end. And their opponents, they had a bunch of gear on them that they couldn't carry out. So worked out well for them.
Yeah, it definitely did. I mean, they went up in 3.1 million value, plus you get the 2 kills, that's another 800K. So I like that start for them, especially when you think about that we're going to go to Brackish after this. You're going to see your first Mandel brick of the Delta Force Global League Season 4 Europe Finals, and you never know what's going to look like. However, our early exit team, Mandel Brick Addiction, very uncharacteristic of them, but of course it's just game 1. Now that the Mandel brick is going to be in play, we know what they're addicted to, we know what they want, and they're going to play for it, because a lot of our teams really didn't bring quality loot in, so it's not like they lost a ton.
Well, a couple key things to remember too about that map that could be a little bit understated because of the chaos. One, NBA got a T3 spawn. They were out in Visitor Center.
Yeah.
I mean, they're out in the boonies while everybody else is fighting around admin trying to figure it out. Because of the airdrop spawn, they didn't stick around there very long. They ended up rotating up to substation, which is when they got their very first fight. We'll come back to that in a moment because I know it's going to be in our replays. We saw some reds pretty early. Obviously, DS found some in our admin position, which is great for them. They had a T1 spawn. LEG found some reds here, but you can see it there on the right. Skydie picks up this cloud array in the safe box from just outside of Visitor Center. So yes, NBA was wiped, but that's 1.5 mil in the safe box plus whatever the rest of your teammates were able to keep. They're actually still going to go up the leaderboard even though they're the first team out. And here's that engagement, Tiff.
Oh, yeah, this was tough. And Dark Entities immediately take some shots. The NBA does get the res off, but it allows Dark Entities time to push on in, barricade them into the building. And with NBA running the double knocks, it's a little difficult to withstand the aggressive nature that DE had. Now, Perry, our team that was known for fighting over there in semifinals, Group B, a slower start. You know, they do get one player out of that extract just before all of this, but a nice third party for them gets them some kills on the board.
Yeah, totally agree. Obviously, Perry eventually gets wiped here because LEG comes in for the fourth party and cleans everybody up. But frankly, they got Star Baxter out early and they got a bunch of kills. I'd expect to see Perry top 3 after game 1. I actually thought they had quite a great round. It was just they overstayed maybe a hair or maybe couldn't clean up the fight as much as they wanted to with that third party that they did with the duo. But with Baxter out and several kills to their name, that's still a lot of value on a 0 damn round. No Mandel brick. That was just about preparing for the next round. And several teams, I think, are going to feel very comfortable about the round that they had. From all the kills they got, an AWM gets out for LEG. Look, there is a lot of good things that did happen on the map for almost every single team, actually. Even NBA, who died early, they're still getting a decent amount of loot value from that cloud array.
Yeah, I just think LEG, that timing on those engagements was so impressive, considering they're the ones that came from semifinals Group A that we watched on the main broadcast just a few days ago. And they were the ones that grabbed 2 Mandel bricks, right? They were very early adapters, which they were first to hop onto the Mandel bricks, first to get to some of the decoding stations and to withstand from what we saw. And now they kind of played more conservatively on Zero Dam, showed up late to the parties, and look how much stuff they got from that.
Yeah, look, it's a huge win for them, and I'm excited to see what the scores look like here after a break. Now, folks, we're just getting started, and I want to remind you, this is the finals, which means, hey, in semifinals, we had some folks that were comfortable getting top 3, but now everybody's going to be playing for first. I can't imagine anybody's going to get a brick for free, so this next round's about to be a banger. You're not going to want to miss it. We're going to be headed to Brackish, our first Mandel brick round, right after this break.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codename Vlinder, role support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture censoring tech. Upon impact with a service, grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Linder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Linder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, the UAVs may also utilize their active defense system, automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect of Linder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Welcome back to Delta Force Global League Season 4 EU Finals. Game 1 already done, and holy moly, talk about a nice game there from LV. This is our current game leaderboard from Game 1. Tiff, talk me through this.
I like what I'm seeing. Patience is a virtue, and LV's definitely got it, right? They had a slower start in that zero dam management there, and then by the extract, they take down Legacy. Now, mind you, there's only 2 members of Legacy there for them to kill, which is why they only have 2 kills, because 1 member got out of the map with the AWM, and they also had a nice 4 million in assets to go alongside their 3 kills. Now, Mandelbrick Addiction, even though they didn't get any fighting done and were actually wiped early on by Dark Entities, still walk out with 2.7 mil in total assets because 1.5 of it came from the safe box of one of their players who in Visitor Center lose a red. Kind of crazy luck there. We take it all day because we're gearing up for a game 2 on Brackish. Perry still do find some kills lower than what they found in the semifinals on Zero Dam, but we like it, right? There's not anyone negative. We're all going up. Dark Entities, though, I mean, with the 5 kills, yes. Just
It's the only thing that saved him.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the only thing that saved him. You're right, though. Mandelbrick Addiction, that Cloud Array goes crazy. What a pull for them, and that's going to keep them in a pretty healthy position in terms of loot value. Now, looking at this, every team started with 3 million to start off the whole competition. So technically, the quote-unquote losers of this round was Darkside, only gaining 560k, and then DE, who go up 1.4 mil overall. That it was entirely back on the back of their kills, by the way. They brought gear in, so they technically went negative, but they get 400k per kill. So 400k per kill, 5 kills, that's 2 million, folks. I'll do the math for you, all right? So
Thank you.
That's why they went up 1.4, is because they actually lost gear on that round. So that is quick caster math for everybody. Hopefully it's correct. It will probably be wrong later because I am not a mathematician. However, I want to talk a little bit more. Obviously, LV have a huge advantage because they're so wealthy going into our very first Mandelbrick round. I'd expect them to bring in some golds. The big question is, what operators, Tiff? Talk me through what you're seeing thus far. Obviously, a lot of options still on the table.
Yeah, I mean, the world is your oyster unless you're Mandelbrick Addiction and you just burned Nox on your first map in Zero Dam, which is what they did in the semifinals. So no surprise there. They're going to kind of do business as usual with their choices later on when it comes to Brackish. LV stuck to that tried and true when we were talking about the operator select percentages that we're going to see going into Zero Dam. Well, they mirrored it, right? A little D-Wolf, a little Nox, a little Raptor. Everyone used Raptor at least once, and that just goes to show you how powerful that EMP grenade is for those engagements, right? You lob that in, you use the drone, it kind of allows you to see who's coming on in. Now, LV used Raptor exceptionally perfect guarding that extract, and it won them the fight against Legacy. Obviously, they did have strength in numbers as well. But when it comes to Brackish, think about the open areas for the decoding stations, specifically Asura Camp. Just based off what we watched from semifinals Group A, that was the decoding station of choice. And the initial playing team that did grab the Mandelbrick and hopped on the decoding early, you know what they were doing? They had 2 engineers. So,
all right.
Just saying, we got choices.
It definitely have choices. Again, these will continue to get grayed out once they've been used twice, which is why you see that there with Mandelbrick Addiction, like Tiff said. So cool stuff there. But we are headed to Brackish, and we are headed to our very first Mandelbrick round, folks. I explained all of the rules on the Mandelbricks. Feel free to keep asking questions. We'll try to answer those as we go. But with our first Mandelbrick on the map, this is where a team can set themselves apart from their opponents. And so let's talk a little bit about the spawns that are possible. I want to remind everybody the rules of this. There's like a 70-page rule book for events of this caliber and this scale. One of the key rules that the players know is that you can't spawn in the same spawn priority level twice in a row, which is why we can predict the spawns to some degree. If you spawned in T1 during game 1, aka Legacy and Darkside, they got paid for it in some form or fashion. They had some decent score values. Legacy picked up several kills and had some solid loot because of their T1 spawn. They were able to do Wallbreaker. They can't get T1 for a Mandelbrick round. You can see where the Mandelbrick spawns there. It's our screenshot's got the 40-second timer. It's that grayed out Mandelbrick in the middle of Museum. There's a reason these are the tier 1 spawns. They're very close to where the Mandelbrick spawns. So there's a huge advantage to getting that spawn. Otherwise, we've got obviously our spawns down in the Tower of Babel and then our northern spawns as well. So you all can take a look at who you think may spawn in T1, Tiff, and obviously this will give them an advantage. It doesn't mean that they will necessarily get the brick, though.
Yeah, it really doesn't. But honestly, even if you get those tier 3 spawns up towards the north, you can still descend down to go look for those decoding stations because those are going to be favorable rotations, especially if you spawn over there at the top right-hand side of things. Asura Camp is right below that. So you are absolutely chilling. The only thing that's different is when you get that new Tower of Babel, you're basically going to spend time potentially taking that early fight and looting.
Yeah, I like that call out. Let's take a look at what operators were used on Brackish. This is through the open qualifiers and then in through the semifinals as well for EU. North America looks very similar. Tempest joins the pick rate and actually tops the pick rate here for Brackish. Raptor and Toxic not too far behind. This makes a lot of sense to me, Tiff. I think namely using Raptor again on Brackish makes sense because it is still a map that has some pretty long open sight lines. You can get a lot of information out in the open. That drone not as valuable indoors necessarily. So if you're a team that's playing on the outside of the Tower of Babel, which most everybody will be, especially around the Mandelbrick, Raptor is going to be very valuable. Toxic, super helpful for these Mandelbrick rounds as well, so you can get quick revives off as a support operator. And then Tempest is the big one. Tempest has kind of been the difference maker on Mandelbrick rounds because of that evasion device that she has. Some people call it their ult. That ability to mark a location, run really far forward, either grab the brick off spawn or steal the brick, and then retract all the way back to the position you marked. It's ridiculously long, so watch out for that play. It is a huge moment for them. So we'll talk a little bit more about that, but I want to remind everybody at home briefly as we jump into Brackish, our second map of the day, to download Delta Force now. If you haven't, or if you haven't played it in a while, reinstall it, folks. We have a brand new update dropping. I think it's like less than 24 hours away, or a little bit over 24 hours away. I think technically it rolls out. I think it's like 40 hours away. It rolls out in different regions at different times, but I'll just say it's in about 2 days' time, okay? Download the game now. Brand new content. Updates to Space City. You can swim on Space City now, folks. There's so much going on with the new season. Go download it on all platforms. But let's get back to the game here, Tev. It's Brackish time.
Get us in. First Mandel brick of the finals is coming through. Check it out. New Tower of Babel. We're already going to start getting Mixie. Legacy, right? One of the big winners from Zero Dam. They got an AWM, and they got down on the ground. Scoop. It's going to be Lynx and Easy that need to clutch on up here. But honestly, do you disengage? You have Full Array that's just throwing down triple blasters galore.
Yeah, a lot of big hits there. The fact that our Tower of Babel teams are fighting so early is going to be great news for the winner of this fight. What that means is they're going to have all of the Tower of Babel to themselves if they can wipe their opponents. Off-screen, Perry picking up some sizable loot with the champagne bottle, but on-screen, this fight is very important for total assets. The interesting thing that's happening, though, off-screen is that around the Mandel brick, it was Perry and NBA that had T1 spawns at Museum. So Perry's looting up in Museum. The brick spawns right outside of it. I'd expect to see a fight over there as well in just a little moment. Maybe a team will play too patient and not actually take the fight and let the other opponents get the brick, but I can't imagine it. A big fight here, though, on screen. We got to stick with it.
All right. Little peek, little information given up in Easy. Using utility there. Just gets double swung. Kind of tough.
Yeah, Full Array able to take down Easy. We're missing Uzbishka right now, and this could be an opportunity to get him back onto the map. They hear the respawn timer. They're going to open things up and trade one out, and they're going to trade their entire team. This spells disaster for Legacy on a Mandel brick round, and this is a huge value add for DE. Not only is it 1.2 mil, they have the Tower of Babel to themselves for as long as they want it. Insane for them. They're going to find so much loot there. But here's the Mandel brick. Smokes galore. We've got Skitey, as per the usual, on Tempest. Going to go for the brick grab. Should get it. There's that rope. See you later. I'm back in cover. I'll go 3 buildings over. All is well.
We are safe. We are golden because when you've got NBA and Perry already kind of looking at that Mandel brick and each other, it's going to be tough to fight because you have your heavy hitting squads. One that's got 24 kills from the semis, one that's got 32. And they both are incredibly confident. But look at NBA, thanks to the map here, where they're going to be headed. Now, LV, Patience, we saw it happen in Zero Dam. They are already hedging the bets that they want to go to Ostra camp. But look where they decide to go. Brackish Market, NBA, planting the Mandel brick now.
Yeah, this is great heads up play. I'm not sure if they had the information or just think this is the one that likely a team won't camp because of the spawn positions. As we took a look at those spawns, reminder that LV spawned over there by camp, and then it was a DS that spawned over by hotel on the left. So the market kind of splits the difference. If there was somebody camping in market, likely some shots would have been fired. That's my guess at the very least, that they had the information because nothing was happening. That market in the middle is going to be the right decoding station to go to that somebody won't be sitting on. And they guessed perfectly or got the information enough to know that this is the right place to go. So they're going to be alone here for now. And you can see on the minimap, LV in the salmon, top right. Maybe we call that pink. Yellow on the left is DS. Going to converge here. Going to see a third party. There's no question about it. But you've got a nice building to hold. I don't think NBA is too worried. Even if it does exchange hands a couple times, they're just going to be playing for these team fights.
I'm still stuck on the fact that you called it salmon. Salmon's a crazy color.
Yeah, maybe my saturation on my monitor is a little different. It looked salmon at first, and then I looked at the minimap again, and it was like, no, that's pink. That's just pink.
Love it. Well, NBA here on the screen. Now, we did see where they're talking about Tempest being the biggest pick of our operators. Of course, we see the value. You've got it on the decoding. Plus, you do have an engineer. You've got Stinger. So I think we're switching things up in terms of what we saw in the semifinals. And for LV, they got the attention of some craziness.
And Blue Eagle getting involved there. As per the usual, I always make the joke that it feels like the devs sometimes just want to cause a little bit of chaos and start shooting at some teams, giving away their position. But you're seeing, by the way, on the right, we're not even really talking about it. This is what I was expecting to see. DE is just cleaning house with Reds inside of the Tower of Babel. Obviously, high-value loot in the Tower of Babel, and they have it for free. There's nobody down there that's doing anything about it. You can actually see Perry entering the mini-map right now as well. So as we shoot down our boss, purple is going to be Perry. They're going to flank around all the way to the right-hand side and actually go towards this fire from the helicopter and maybe actually make a play for LV, hoping that somebody else jumps the brick.
Just about a minute 30 left. Now, typically what we saw on Brackish was it was more contested. There were multiple teams trying to get involved, but you do have to keep tabs on the fact that Perry is so close. Or actually, that's LV. You're right. Look at the salmon color and the purple. Now I'm mixing it all up. But they are so close to be able to hop onto this. LV made the call that it was going to Asura camp and will be late adapters to the market. For DS, the first line of engagement onto NBA. Now you have to look at what they have. They do have a triple blaster to make work of. They've got the EMPA grenade on the Raptor. And we've got the traps that are going to come through from Shepard. How do we use it? Well, you get crazy.
Well, we had to pay attention to the brick, of course, because I thought DS maybe would jump it. Off screen, though, Perry walked up behind LV and said, "Thank you very much. We're going to kill all of you." LV is off the map. See you later. There are only 3 teams around the brick. 2 are dead, and 1's in the Tower of Babel. That accounts for all 6. Here we go. All eyes on the brick. 38 seconds and counting. NBA's now jumped the brick. Bulldo's still technically inside. Everybody else outside. Trying to use all the utility that we can to zone it off. Do they know that Skydie's on the right-hand side? Barrel stuffs their opponent. Skydie making quick work of the Tempest. They trade him out, but Skydie's going to back up to wherever the Tempest marked. So Skydie is safe indoors, but the steal does go through. 3.5 minutes on the clock. DS in charge, but DS down a player on the backside, and NBA is getting fully healthy.
Yikes. Well, I mean, still plenty of time to make this happen. You got 2 left here. And NBA is just waiting to unleash the chaos. But I do love that Sandstorm says, let's retrieve the homie. Let's get to somewhere safer and make this happen. We can afford them stealing it yet again. There's still plenty of time on the clock to make this happen.
No, I totally agree. This is the right play from DS. They had to jump it. They had to sacrifice 1. And since they have control, they're willing to give up control so they can actually take a real team fight with all 3 of their players. All they're doing is just buying a bit of time by getting that steal because we were running out of it, certainly. It's a good play from DS. Now, what this will do also is going to buy time for Perry to fully loot all of LV, which they have now done. Get whatever loot they can from our boss that just got shot out of the helicopter. And then get involved here as a third party on the brick. Again, off screen, DE is still alive and just looting up to their heart's desires inside of the Tower of Babel. If things get delayed here long enough, maybe they'll show up, but they're not worried about that. Right now, they're just going to take their Tower of Babel spawn and get paid for it.
Oh, look at how Perry is moving in. They're actually descending upon NBA. And this is the best thing that DS could want. They've been resetting. They've still been focused on the fact that they have the current decode. And if your 2 heavy-hitting fighting squads target each other, you're loving this, but the angles come through, and actually Borscher goes down. Hello?
Evans got the beams, and it's actually going to be a trade on the opposite team. Sandstorm finds Skydie again. Skydie is backed up again in safety. Skydie doing a very good job of utilizing Tempest correctly. And they think that maybe they can't go for this. And while that's happening, Evan's going to try to stick the steal. Perry with a bit of an advantage with 1 member down from both teams. NBA is picking up their res. And Perry gets the steal with yet again another great Tempest play. I think this brick's going to exchange hands quite a few times.
Tempest, be Tempest, be Tempest. Just keep your Tempest alive. That is the key to success here. And if Stick can get a good angle if someone goes to decode that, you just triple blaster them, you hit them with the nades, you give them all you've got, especially when you have that Raptor for the EMPs. Give them a bit of a stall so you can target them with your weapons. But you're right, with 2.5 minutes to go, we have plenty of the time on the clock to make the change.
There they
now,
are.
I was curious. You see Dark Entities over there on the left?
Yeah.
Bishka, he's just like, what's going on?
Look, I told you this is just going to happen. They looted up all of Tower of Babel and they walked out with 5.5 mil, which frankly is actually not quite as high as I thought it would be. They still want to get involved. And because the brick has now exchanged hands for the third time, they're like, all right, well, this is going to give us plenty of time to come get involved. So let's head over there now. They're going to slow creep this way. Now, what they don't know is that LV's off the map. They didn't hear those shots from the Tower of Babel. That was literally as far away as it could possibly be on Brackish. So they're going to slow creep up here and try to get a lay of the land late. Being late to the party is sometimes good. In this instance, they need to hope that they don't get caught in transition, which is not the case because Uzbishka's already opened things up for them, found a shot on a Trixie and took it. Trigger Discipline, maybe, because it was a freebie, but Borscht just answered back off screen. So DE now in a bit of trouble on the backside. They're not going to get third-partied. They should be able to get that res, but they're not going to be able to play for the brick for a little while.
I just like how Perry is exercising like trigger discipline. They go in, they grab an angle, then they just retreat back on it because they don't have to hop on it just yet because the moment they full send in, they're going to get third party. So it's very much that Spider-Man meme of everyone just kind of pointing at each other to see if we can get that long range engagement, which is allowing for these resets. Now, Dark Entities, they're actually not running Tempest. They have Nox.
Yeah, they've got Nox. Also, by the way, a lot of trading of blows. If you didn't see it, NBA did steal the brick. But we actually see one member of NBA get knocked and fold down to Yellow Timer. And this is the opening signal flare that they know that they need to push on. Yellow Timer means that respawn's going to take forever. And so Evan's getting very aggressive. They're going to pinch from both sides. Perry loses one down to Yellow. Boldo's going crazy. Boldo picks up the triple. The hero of Mandel Brick Addiction somehow, some way, just triple wipes, solo wins against his opponents. Are you kidding me, Boldo? Let's take a quick look back at that one. Lines him up, knocks him down. AS Val goes crazy, and they all jump in one after the other. What a play from Boldo, playing those stairs perfectly. And NBA still has position. They still have the mana brick. Somebody's got to steal. Boldo's going to get a triple res off on Yellow Timers, which means, Tiff, anybody else on NBA gets knocked, they will be out of this game. But still, they have a chance.
There's definitely a chance because guess what? Look what's happening to DS right now. DE is pushing straight onto them while NBA is focusing on the reset with just above 30 seconds to go. This fight is going to take so long. Now, DE, you've even got Ubishka holding the back here. He still has the ult available to him if he needs it. And of course, you see NBA grabbing their final res up to a team of 3.
Unbelievable. NBA somehow fully restabilized. The back of the hero Boldo. It's got a lot more work to do, but only 10 seconds on the brick and nobody's jumping it. I was so distracted by the hero plays. All they have to do is sit the brick and NBA is going to get it. Nobody can risk it because DE came in from the backside and spoiled DS's chances of making a move. NBA win the gunfight on the back of Boldo and they win the brick. Everybody was so distracted by the fights going on, even me, that the timer just runs out. Mandel Brick Addiction are the first to the brick. They've got a ton of kills. They've got a ton of loot. Unbelievable job. The map is not over, but for NBA, they've done everything they needed to and more, Tiff. Holy cow.
You've got to give it to Boldo, though. Some impeccable plays there coming off of Aluru, getting that quick set cover down just to really make sure that they can get that Mandel Brick decoded, that no one can chal it. Now, if I'm Dark Entities and I've got 5.4 million looted from the new Tower of Babel, of course, you're going to see, can we pick up some kills? Can we grab a couple 400Ks? The Mandel Brick's already been decoded. The best thing we can do right now is kill people and then get out.
Insane map already. Now, some key tickets, you're right. Kills are everything. And there's been a lot of kills actually exchanging hands. Like, a lot of these players have already been down to Yellow Timers, getting fulled and then getting revived. And all the teams know it. They know the Mantle Brick's gone, so they know that, hey, if we can protect our loot, this is going to be huge for us in the next couple rounds. Again, total assets will matter in terms of pricing. And who knows, it maybe even could matter for the win. The team doesn't Mantle Brick. Sorry, double brick. But DS is elected to get out of here. They don't like this fight. DE is technically still the big winner in total assets, just because they looted all of the Tower of Babel and they got a full team wipe off rip against LV. Or sorry, LEG. And then they come up late to the party and spoil DS's chances of stealing from NBA. So it does look like NBA are going to take the no backpack extract here. On the offside of this map. So they're going to get out of here. They feel like they've done everything they needed to and more. They're going to have to drop quite a bit of loot here at the extract. But if they get out with anything, that's a huge win for them. Outside of what's in their safe box. So we take that for sure for Mantle Brick Addiction. It literally couldn't have gone better for them. They've got to be hyping Boldo up like crazy right now, Tiff.
Dude, I would be. Like, that was impeccable. Like, if you're Perry, you were punching air because you pushed him individually. Even the player that was outside the window, which I'm sure we're going to show in replays again. We might as well just make a Boldo highlight package for NBA. But he doesn't peek with enough time because Boldo is just lighting up that player's face. Then you get the player from the window that peeks. You see the jump come into the stairway. And Boldo's like, bro, I literally have 25 HP. I'm going off 1 mag of ammo. But thankfully, Brackish giveth and braggish giveth more. DS and DE are still cat and mousing it.
Yeah, they are, and they're giving Boldo a break. They're going to be the player taking the no bag extract is going to be Boldo. They said, "Man, you did it all, man. We'll stick around. Thanks for all your work. We'll go try to maybe get some kills or extract in a different way. Obviously, you still have your dog tag extract inside of the Tower of Babel, and then your other option is here, which is going to be our main extraction point that DE are going to be fighting over. They've got position right now, and obviously 2 minutes on the extraction timer versus 2 minutes and 6 seconds on the game timer. So just in the nick of time. NBA are going to send 2 over here to fight for this position. And DS are going to push from the opposite side. So another big fight to wrap up this map. What a fun brackish map already. And I'm glad we get one more big fight.
Oh, I mean, we're running out of time here, and I'm just looking at DE center map there on the extraction. Now, do we see a bunch of chaos that unfolds here, or are people at the very last second just going to try to full send the extract and make it out with not worry about if there's kills? Because you can see Skydie already scouting out. Plenty of capabilities to push forward and then get on back. Channel some of that Boldo energy, right?
Yeah, look, that right there already from DE shows you the efficacy of Raptor on this map. There's a reason he's in the top pick rate. Just being able to peek over the top and know that NBA is coming from this angle. They certainly were spotted. I can only imagine NBA saw the drone in the air too. I didn't see them shoot it down. DE definitely knows NBA is over here, and NBA is walking like they're not sure if DE knows, but we'll see.
Be very, very quiet. Bulleray is like, just do it. Just go ahead. Just peek it. The best he's going to do right here is maybe get an early knock. Just do enough damage. But, like, we're chilling, and we need our abilities to do a ton of work for us here. I wouldn't be surprised if NBA, like, double jumps out.
Yeah. On the backside, though, if this is timed perfectly on accident or when DS hears shots fired not in their direction, they know that they need a peek and they need a push. Only about 20 seconds on the overall game timer, which means about 10 seconds on the extraction. You see that extraction timer on the top left next to the minimap, 5 seconds and counting. Got to make a push and got to sneak in. Here's the knock. Uvalier goes down. Not going to make it to the extraction point. We just got to stick the point. Who gets out? Holy cow. Skydie made it. DS, all of them made it. All of DE made it. Wow, only one player did not make it out on that extraction point, and that was one member of NBA. Otherwise, success. A little bit of chaos at the end, but maybe not quite as much fighting as we wanted because everybody was just focused on getting out with what they had and protecting their total assets, Tiff.
I was curious if they were going to fight more or if they were just going to throw smokes and just all out run. Yep. And we saw smokes, we saw running, and we saw a laundry list of people that made it out. So congratulations on the extracts and all of the loot that you were able to obtain. But at the end of the day, it was Mantle Brick Addicts that got the Mantle Brick, and you love to see it.
Yeah, really well done from NBA again. I can't wait to look back on this highlight package because I gotta see that bull, that 1v3 one more time. Holy cow, that was nuts. And it was a very fun map too. And I think mainly was because the market was picked. I think usually teams go to the Asara camp if they're going to the top side decoding stations, but it started off here, and this really was a game changer for DE. Remember, DE all get out of this alive. They get all of the map to loot. They get all of the Tower of Babel, and then they also all get out of the map. So this was still a very big map for DE, but over at the Mantle Brick, Skydee shows us why Tempest is very good and starts this decode here at the market. Now, once they started the market, smartly, they head inside. They're okay with it exchanging hands a couple times. They want to take a fight that they know they can win, so they're going to play from inside the building. Now, LV on the backside gets spoiled by the boss. Now, this is not too bad for LV because, well, they could shoot the helicopter down and loot it, but because the boss came over and started shooting them, Perry knew, hey, we can swing around the backside of this. There's some folks that are getting shot at by NPCs over here. Let's go get involved. Perry plays spoilers, wipes all of LV. Down on the brick, it's still utter chaos. DS is here first, and they elect to play the high ground position, Tiff, overlooking the brick. So a trading of blows back and forth between DS and NBA. Perry gets involved and starts shooting back as well. So now there's a lot more chaos, and nobody knows when to go or how to move. Perry gets another reset here. But then after this, it was utter chaos because DE shows up super late to the party. They start shooting on the backside of DS, so DS can't really even play for the brick. And here's the 1v3. Boldo goes absolutely crazy. And I think, yes, it is a slight mistake from Perry. They were slightly mistimed, but generally speaking, Boldo just hit his shots.
That and they weren't all full health.
Yeah.
So like that is a perfect scenario that Bulldog just clutches up, because if Bulldog misses any of those shots, it's a completely different story, because he's literally, it is just a scrappy fight that your heart rate is just pounding through your chest at that point. And then it culminates into the chaotic smoke of the extraction here.
Yeah, and it also helped that he didn't miss a single shot using an AS FAL that has a very fast fire rate. So, look, overall, well done for all of our teams. Everybody earned a little bit of something, I think, unfortunately, besides LEG, who get wiped almost immediately in the Tower of Babel, but otherwise a pretty solid map for everybody else. NBA, the big winners of that map, though, as they do have the first Mantle Brick. That is a power position on this leaderboard that allows them to dictate the rest of this tournament. So watch out for Mantle Brick addiction in the next couple of rounds and see how they play now that they have that advantage. But a lot of math still to be done behind the scenes, Tiff, because we had a lot of loot found on that map. So we're going to do some math behind the scenes, get everything ready to go for you. And when we come back, we get to show you some more competitive tied prison for round 3. You're not going to want to miss it. Welcome back, Delta Force Global League Season 4 EU Finals, folks. Game 2 leaderboard on your screen right now, and holy cow, was it a good game for Mandelbrick Addiction. They still get out with 3.2 mil plus on their overall scores, and they get the Mandelbrick. But Tiff, talk to me about the rest of this leaderboard. Obviously, DE, big winners in the loot category.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to get a new tower Babel spawn, you're going to take out Legacy early on and just loot to your heart's desire. Great. You love to see that score line take you through the rest of our series. For Perry, though, I'm loving the 5 kills, very on brand for your fragging potential that we had witnessed, and you're still keeping that through. Now, we just need to see more Mandelbricks come through and just kind of shake up our lobby. However, we are returning back to airdrop only. I don't like the negative loot value that I'm seeing for Legacy and LV. However, LV did have a standout performance in map number 1 on Zero Dam, and Legacy, well, it's just unfortunate that you got completely wiped right off the rip.
Yeah, and also remember for everybody at home that you're like, wait, negative? Yeah, they lose whatever they brought in. So if you get wiped immediately and you brought in some solid gear, even with some of the round compensation that you can get, you're still going negative. So that's what happened to the two teams at the bottom. And then if you look at Perry, they saved themselves by getting 5 kills. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of skill involved in that, but their kills net them 2 mil. They still get wiped, or they don't get out, so they still lose out. They only go up 1.87. So overall, they didn't end up getting quite as much as they would have liked, but they saved themselves just from getting those kills. So let's take a look at the overall, and this is our total assets as of current. Obviously, Mandelbrick Addiction, top of the leaderboard because they have a Mandelbrick. That's our first ranking system. And then our second ranking is based on assets. So that's why Dark Entities is in second place with 11.39 mil. They have 8 total kills overall, which is 3.2 mil. That's fantastic for them. They got to be very happy about the 3.2 mil and having a ton of loot value in general. They've got the most kills and the most looted assets on the map to net them a second place position as of current. Everybody else is pretty close though.
Yeah, I do want to say that Dark Entities having 8 kills already after 2 games is pretty much 50% of the entire kills they achieved in the semifinals in total, right?
Nice.
Like
Nice.
that's we're performing well.
Yeah, that is a really good shout. I'd be very curious to know what happens in this next round too, because this is going to be another resupply round. So this could be a chance for them to continue to push up their kill category and their overall loot asset category. But let's take a look at the operators. Again, moving along mostly as expected. I think a couple notable standouts for me, Tiff, is that Legacy, LV, and Mandelbrick Addiction, they still have a Raptor available for some of these later rounds. Could we see them used during Tide Prison? Possibly. Could we see them saved maybe for some of the Space City rounds? Also possible. Not as often do you see Raptor used on Space City because there's some other operators that like to be used. But any other standouts for you on this overall board?
We all have Hacklaw available, which is all going to go through in Tight Prison. Now, I don't know if every roster that we're witnessing here today will go double Hacklaw, but there's a good chance that the majority of our teams in the finals lobby will do so. They'll probably save Luna for later on. I'd imagine that Tempest is going to make a comeback once we have those deeper Mandelbrick rounds. Couple other things, maybe some people off-pick D-Wolf yet again, but it's hard to say. Toxic or Hacklaw is just so important here for Tide Prison, giving the levels of Tide Prison. It's very intricate, and her package just really helps you with locating where people are. Now, we were taking a look at loadouts in particular, and NBA is coming in with slim picking. So what they're going to need to do is use those operators' capabilities to help take off some of that playing field and maybe do some extra damage while they loot up in case they spawn nearby another team.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about those loadouts here in a second because I think it is an important point of Tide Prison. Let's talk about those maps. And as we head to Tide Prison, I want to remind everybody that yes, this is an airdrop round like we were just talking about a moment ago. What that means is that on Tide Prison, there is going to be no Mandelbrick. Fantastic. There will be an airdrop that can land anywhere on the map. There's a couple different spawns that it can land in, and that will have a bunch of tier 5 loot. On Tide Prison, though, it's a little bit different from Zero Dam. Instead of 2 airdrops, there's an airdrop, and then there is a specialty GTI supply mission, okay? This is a pretty important thing to remember, that that mission actually is how you get the AWM on this map. So another opportunity to get a very powerful sniper. But Tiff, talk me through these spawns, obviously what we'll see here for Tide Prison.
Yeah, of course. Well, Mandelbrick Addiction and Perry had those tier 1 spawns on Brackish. They're not going to be able to have it here on Tide Prison, which honestly, they're going to be okay with, because then they'll be back on the playing field when it comes to Space City and that Mandelbrick is back. So basically looking at that tier 1 spawns, Dark Entities, Darkside, Legacy, LV do have the potential to navigate those. But still, that being said, Tier 2 spawns, I'm looking at those in particular because whatever 2 teams grab those, they're likely going to start poking at each other at some point in time during their opening couple minutes.
Yeah, there's some interesting points about the spawns, I think, on Tide Prison that are helpful, like how close are you to wardens and things like that. But I think generally speaking, our rule of thumb is you don't want a T1 spawn on a non-Mandelbrick round because of how valuable those tier 1 spawns are on Mandelbrick rounds, and you can't get them back to back. So I think it's a really good shout from you that Mandelbrick Addiction and Perry can't get T1 here on Tide Prison, and they're pretty happy about that, I would assume. So let's take a look at the operators that are used mostly on Tide Prison from what we've seen. And these stats are hilarious, by the way. Out of the times that you can choose Hatclaw, which is on this map, which is 3 times basically out of your 3 players, you can't obviously pick them all 3 times. Hatclaw has been picked 42.4% of the time. What that means is that there is going to be at least 1 Hatclaw on every single team, and there is likely going to be 2 on a lot of teams, which is pretty insane to say for a single operator like this and how much value you can get from it. So I like that shot from you earlier, Tiff. The data backs it up. It's ridiculous pick rate. And then it looks like the rest of the teams will be burning their Noxes as well. And then an 8.3% for Shepard. That basically means that third operator is kind of just up for whatever people want to do. But yeah, any other thoughts on this overall flow of comps?
No, I think it's pretty much standard, right? Hatclaw is going to come through here in Tide Prison. We're just going to be here to witness. It's Hatclaw's world. We're living in it because honestly, when you start to think about it, you need to have that decoder that kind of scans for the enemy signals. The data knife comes through to be able to work around it. It's just very important and impressive to locate the enemies surrounding you just because, like we said, Tide Prison has so many intricate, you've got multiple levels, plenty of places to go through. And you think more specifically about the extract that's in the middle of the reservoir. So you have these angles and sight lines where you're going to be incredibly open. However, in semifinals Group A, Goj, remember the team that was just like, hey, we've got the entire south side available to us. We can just go chill. No one's looking over here and take the extract.
Yeah, I like that breakdown a lot. I'll be very curious to see what happens. I feel like every time that we've seen Tide Prison, it's played slightly differently. Often is quite slow, frankly, at the very beginning. And like you said, can get really aggressive on some of those extraction points. So it's an interesting map in that way that this is a resupply round. So at the end of the day, if you get immediately wiped, it's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world because there's not a Mandelbrick. But I do think teams that are able to get a ton of loot here are going to have a huge advantage going into the Mandelbrick rounds. Quick look at the map, though. Let's see what is going on. So like Tiff was talking about, there's a helicopter extract on the bot side of the map. That's that 12.5-minute timer. Obviously, timers are obviously different in our tournament format as well. Our overall map timer is only 18 minutes on this map, so things move pretty quickly. And our first airdrop looks like it's going to be dropping in about 4 minutes.
Ooh, all right. Plenty of time to make things happen and get on the move. And for Legacy, they got to make a comeback after that last map, already putting up some red. So cool to see for DS. Let's see what we can get here. Maybe something good. Give me something good.
Well, off-screen, LEG's picking up 384K. Another
That's
red
fine
for him. So, unfortunately, the caster curse is real here for on-screen GS. Nothing great yet. But we'll be moving on our merry way. And I think, again, Tiff, as we look back on what happened in EU, as we find another champagne bottle there for LV and Uvalier. Dude, Mandelbrick Addiction is pulling crazy loot in the finals. Yeah. I mean, holy cow. Pulling the painting for 2 mil on Tide Prison, that's back-to-back non-Mandelbrick rounds that NBA has pulled a ridiculous red. Like, what are we doing right now? That is insane.
We're just living. I'm not seeing a whole heck of a lot of double Hatclaws here. We do have a Toxic. We got a Shepard here, at least for Dark Entities, alongside the Hatclaw. So, okay, that's totally fine. We are going to keep tabs out because we do believe there is a team around here. I was curious if we would see double Hatclaw and Mandelbrick Addiction. Thank you so much for showing us that impressionist masterwork that is inside your safe box. It's glorious. Congratulations, Uvalier. They're running double Hatclaw.
Yeah, the fact that it's also a 3x3 too is so huge because he just puts it in his safe box and can keep playing. I mean, golly, the insane luck from this NBA team already. I mean, obviously great skill as well. They got a Mandel brick, but from a looting standpoint, ridiculous.
Anything good? No NBA luck here. You got the double knocks and a hat claw here for Legacy, though. Not terrible.
Just going to be looting up nice and slow. This is what these resupply rounds are for. We'll keep an eye out for who decides to run that mission as well. Maybe going for the AWM. Going to be opening up some safes here on main. So hopefully we'll be able to get everything that we need to get without anybody getting involved.
It's so eerie over here on this part as well. Just like looking at it, I'm like, I would hate to fight in this specific vicinity, but that's totally fine. Let's get this safe opened. Let's get something good. Maybe something insane comes from this, but we'll check in with the map. Meanwhile, we've got NBA spread out across the way. I wouldn't be surprised if Uvalier's like, I'm going to go ahead and just dip out. Well, no, because he's got it in the safe box regardless. He's got plenty of time.
Yeah, he's got it in the safe box. That's the thing that a lot of people, I see chat talking about this all the time. They're like, well, he's got to get out. He's got to get out. It's like, no, we have a 3x3 safe box. And that painting does fit in the safe box, so can work. But gonna get some loot here on the safes on the left while we take a look at the right. You can see NBA. It does look like Uvalier is actually playing way up north in construction. That no bag underwater doesn't even open for 4 minutes. I can't imagine he's looking to get out yet, but take a look in the left for the folks at home watching. Obviously, not a lot of action right now, so let's look at our leaderboard on the left. That's going to be our total assets, by the way. Did you remember how far up DE was? This is our current leaderboard as is, basically, on the left. Because of the Impressionist painting that was pulled from NBA, they have tied up total assets on DE, but that little gold tick, that checkbox, means they have a mana brick, of course. So they've got the lead and they've tied up assets. Like, fantastic job thus far. Ooh, Perry. Axer also pulling another red.
All units, airdrops have been deployed all...
Yeah, I mean, look, I was just checking what they had in the semifinals, and honestly, we're on par. Legacy came in with their 2 Mandel bricks from semifinals A at about just over 17 million total assets after 6 games. So if we're in our third map and we're just around 10 mil, like, the pacing that we're seeing is pretty close, and even the teams at the bottom have the chance to gap up to the top, especially if you grab a Mandel brick. But for now, it's all about looting, it's all about fighting, and with Nox being here, Stick playing him in, you do have the ability to go basically on the silent assault with your ult and take someone by surprise, because those double hack claws are going to give you all the information of where LV is. Now, does LV retreat and say, I see ya?
I don't know. I don't know if this fight actually occurs. I think they may just back off of it. They don't have to take it. Saniva, again, helpful just for the sake of being able to have that shield up and actually peek corners and not risk getting pieced immediately. LV looking to actually take this fight. Perry might be the ones backing off. Aggressively backing off, swimming away even. Airdrop landing here in the next 15 seconds. Perry's going to swim all the way outside to the south side of the map. They have no interest in taking this fight right now. Didn't feel like they had an advantageous position. They are nowhere to be seen.
We're swimming, baby. We are so swimming. We are looting, looking for the goods. Here's the airdrop. Uvalier, yet again, finding more reds, just wanting to do even more. But it's Dark Entities that makes a play for the airdrop. Some solid gold, a nice red. You get the Gazelle, you throw it in the safe box. Worth.
Nice. Fuel cell's going to have to be picked up by somebody else, probably. You can trade out your purple armor. Could come back for that. Oh, actually, DE. Fuller is getting this by himself. They didn't want to risk a full team pushing up there, so just going to leave the purple armor on the ground and head back to his team. DE yet again, by the way, getting a free airdrop. Pretty surprising. Haven't seen anybody go for the mission yet. I looked at the map briefly, and I think it spawned in on the north side. There's a couple different spawn positions of that map. You guys have probably done this. You open up a big safe. You've probably done it on Tide Prison yourself. It wasn't called GTI. That GTI tag is special for our tournament server here. as it is a little bit more intense and you get better loot. I mean, you guys have probably pulled something out of that before, but probably not an AWM and a bunch of ammo. Here's a look at another potential fight, though, Tiff. LEG playing low side.
I mean, they're definitely getting these audio cues, and it's kind of scary when you start to think about it, because this is a team that banked off their information. They can make a crazy push here. And they're burning their Noxes. They haven't been using it. They don't want to use them later on. They're saving Tempest, obviously, for those Mantle Brick rounds. And honestly, they can be more cautious here. That does connect, though, so we're giving up information on where Easy is to DS.
10 minutes on the clock, and it looks like, yeah, some fights maybe on the south side. Perry is still just swimming around, trying to figure out where they want to go. They're going to swing all the way around the right side of the map. Head up maybe to the north side of NBA and maybe play for construction. There's only one no bag extract up there, so we'll see what they decide to do. They're going to zip actually all the way outside and wrap like I was talking about, so. The main push is right here. LEG now spotted. LV.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Only a piece of LEG was spotted. You didn't spot Easy, who picks up a 2-piece, making everything look easy in this fight. Now in a 1v3, Easy barely alive, but his teammates are going to hunt down the final player. Oh, what a disaster. Easy Lynx. They pick up the triple, and it's a free kill, and DS comes in for the rest of this team, thinking that they're weak, and unfortunately, LEG is fairly healthy.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice quick reset for them. And even though LV has the connect with utility onto Easy, we still don't check the corner on the push down the stairs. And even though they're on Saniva, they've got the shield. They're feeling safe.
Dang.
But it's like flipping a turtle upside down on a shell. Like, that is just horrible.
It's actually so true. Oh, just such a bummer. That's a nasty spot from Easy. Just set a trap and it worked perfectly, and DS couldn't act in time to try to get the third party off. Shots being fired, and by the time they answered them, the whole team was already wiped, and LEG had already backed off. Crazy stuff there. One thing I haven't mentioned too much in this broadcast, I want to remind folks too, these kills are worth 400k, yes, but also the dog tags of downed players worth around 150k. So really big value add by grabbing these dog tags. So oftentimes you'll see those dog tags being thrown in safe boxes like you do now. They're very expensive for being a one-slot item.
Kind of insane. I'm still mind blown, but that's okay. Things happen here. For LV, it's not a Mandel Brick round. You're still chilling. For Legacy, Lynx still up. Barely, because look who's coming in. DS wants a piece. Sure, Legacy had the chance to get reset, but now it's a little bit of a utility battle throughout the way. DS looking for a path to carve into this room, but they're kind of turtled up inside a corner. Now, with Legacy giving the time to reconvene through the hallways, we're disengaging a bit because Scoop has got to heal.
Has some utility connected onto LEG and actually got them down quite low. Off screen, by the way, what has NBA been doing? They've been holding mid-north by themselves, and they did our GTI supply mission. They're picking up the Lapua ammo here for the AWM and passing it back and forth. And Boldo, the hero of Metal Brick Addiction, now has got an AWM in hand, ready to rock and roll with it. So back to the on-screen action we go, though, as DS now pushing the fight onto LEG. Saniva leading the charge, looking for maybe a grapple here to help out his team. Yes, gets it, but not quite enough. Is able to break line of sight. Now just beating people down with the shield, trying to stay alive. A great cleanup here for LEG onto DS. DS did everything they could with the shield, but a perfect trap and setup. LEG win another team fight. They are frying right now.
Okay, LEG, you love to see it. Now, mind you, this is the team that won semifinals A by getting 2 Mandel Bricks. Now, if we're resetting and we're feeling more confident in our engagements, this is the best way to get that momentum moving forward before we jump into Space City.
Yeah, very well done here from LEG to win that fight. It's one of those fights that Saniva makes things look complicated, but I think a well-composed team can actually fight around the Saniva very easily, because when a Saniva's got their shield up, that's basically a third person that's not shooting. So they just skip the shield altogether, shoot the 2 guys with guns, and then they're able to take down Saniva nice and easy. So it is a value add when you have a Saniva to be able to play some of these sight lines a little bit more aggressively, but you have to make it work by getting really aggressive and getting an early knock. And because DS didn't get that, their Sineva was basically useless.
Oh, man. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. 2 full teams out of here, 4 left. And it's Uvalier, who has just found so much success on looting here in Tide Prison. And now they're all 3 sticking together.
Yeah, this is crazy. Double Hack Claw Sineva comp for NBA. By the way, they've looted 6.5 mil on our resupply round as the team in first place with a brick. Crazy stuff. Also, by the way, you briefly mentioned it about loadouts, and I said we'd talk about it, and then it kind of got a little too crazy for us to really visit it. NBA basically brought in nothing, by the way. Uvalier literally brought in nothing. His total kit he brought in was worth 30K, and I'm pretty positive it was just a revolver, so he could park guns and equip his revolver with a bunch of random attachments. And they're coming out with so much value right now.
I love it, honestly, because they're just going to get to take whatever they want. Perry up there on the northeastern construction area side of things. Probably going to look for a fight if they can take one up there. For now, you've got Dark Entities on the left-hand side, NBA kind of carving their path down as well. Likely someone's going to look for that helicopter extract.
Yeah. I think somebody's going to play for the south. It probably is going to be DE with the way they're wrapping down the left side of the map, all the way down to the south side, going to play for heli extract. Now, the pipes have been pulled, and we've actually pulled hydraulic is the pipe that we will get here for the extraction. So we're going to be fighting over the left-hand side of these pipes rather than the north middle that we've seen the last couple times. So a little bit different terrain for this final fight. That's going to be your main extraction. Now top left of the map. So you're going to have helicopters south on the little island in the middle of the water. You're going to have hydraulic extraction via pipes. And then you also have one single no-bag extract underwater where Perry is at. And it looks like they're protecting that currently. Maybe just trying to get lucky by picking somebody off and then taking it. It does look like they're going to send Baxter out yet again through that no-bag extract. So one solo gone. The last 2 remaining players of Perry are going to try to play spoiler. And oh, NBA have elected to come down south. And we're going to have a water fight over the heli extract. There is 30 seconds on this heli extract. It's about to get real mixy. Let's see who can get onto this platform and get out. Even if you're crawling, you will get out of there. We're running out of daylight here for NBA.
Ooh, okay. Skydie over there, just maybe looking for a connection. Data Knife out at the hands of Flaridge and Boldo. Will he be the first to climb up? We saw what he did on Brackish. He's feeling himself. There goes the utility, the visual clutter, and Folare's just spraying. NBA gets all 3 members out, and, well, Folare.
Are you kidding me? Talk about the value of Hat Claw. Oh my gosh, the flash drones come through. Everybody's blind firing around this island. And I doubt this was on purpose, that Folare fell off the island trying to get a kill and prevent one member of NBA from extracting, and in turn did not extract, and all of NBA get out. What are we doing right now? What are we talking about? How does NBA keep getting away with it?
I'm just smiling because it hurts a little bit. It really does. But honestly, if you're NBA, you're chilling. You're like, I just had a successful Mandel Brick round. I'm full out of here on Tide Prison. We'll see you next round, because right now we're at the top of the leaderboard.
I mean, the fact that Folare doesn't get out and his bag is full of golds, by the way, like, just, oh man. Look, I can't get too mad at him. D's having a great day thus far. They're just missing a ton of loot that they found on this map right now, and it's in Folare's backpack, and he's going to have to be a solo playing for the pipe and hydraulic. Like, I mean this in the best way. Good luck, my friend.
You know, maybe something crazy happens. Maybe. Elsewhere, you got Perry, you got Legacy on the other side, and we're just trying to find an angle. Look at Link's patience. Oh, he sees him. He sees the dome. He immediately re-peeks that. No, let's not.
It's actually a bummer for Evan. He really needed more shots to connect there. We're going to get the flash drone out. And actually on the backhand side, DE is getting involved into the fight. That's Folare immediately dead, by the way. Really didn't do much. I think maybe with some of the shots in the back, If Perry would have known that it was just going to be one, they would have pushed, but thinking maybe it was a full team, they had more time. So they don't get an advantage here. Now, take a look at the clock. As much as we love watching fights, there's only 15 seconds on this pipe. You got to swim. Got to get into the pipe. If you want a chance to extract, Evans getting able to punish one. That's a full kill. It's 400k. That's a nice boon. But you got to get up here on this platform if you want to get out of the map. And Scoob's got full advantage, just going for kills. Perry going to try to sneak up in the nick of time. No, it is only Scoob getting out of this map. He's the only one that could get within position. Oh, man. A bummer, I think, for both of these teams. Not able to go for this position fast enough. Lynx is going to stay on the map to try to win the fight. From Perry, they've traded blows back and forth. It's a true 1v1 to end this map, Tiff.
Love how they're just jumping back and forth, constantly getting that information. But who's going to be the first matter of the bout? Lynx, super low, forced to push the equation, and Chow hits the jump beat, takes him down, and you're not going to make it out of this map, but you've got a nice 1v1 win there.
Yeah, nice 1v1 win. And again, that's 400k. So if you didn't end up actually looting all that much and the only thing you found were in your safe box, then that probably covers your kit you brought in. So just a single kill or maybe two would cover everything you brought in. And overall, it's worth staying around and fighting for. So an interesting Tide Prison map. I'll say that. It was very slow in some parts. And I'm going to be honest, pretty surprising in others. That heli extract was something. I'm not really sure exactly why it went down the way it did, besides, I guess, flash drones. Everybody was just blind trying to figure out what to do. I'm excited to look back on some of the replays because there were some crazy red pulls, and then other than that, it was pretty quiet on the map.
It was definitely quiet. You think back to Zero Dam, which was our first airdrop round, and most people just kind of trying to loot up as well. It started really slow also, and that's exactly what happened with Tide Prison. We did get some loot, good loot like you were talking about. Of course, we have that nice 2 mil pull from Uvalier. It fits in the safe box quite nicely. NBA getting all members out on that helicopter extract thanks to a beautifully placed kind of flashbang there. They climb on up, they get out, and leave Full Array there to go fight by his lonesome. Of course, let's get into some of those replays because honestly, Goj, this is where it all went down. You see the goods, you see the craziness.
Yeah, and it started here. Obviously, we had players rotating around the map trying to figure out what to do, and DE started things off by grabbing the airdrop. So I'm excited to see, you know, what they're able to do in the future with what they found in the airdrop, but a very odd map on that one. And some early fights here. LEG did a great job, you know, fighting against DS. And again, I think they did a really good job executing against the Saniva, which can be a bit difficult. If you just don't panic, you usually win. But in general, as the fight happened around this platform, Full Array just was a hair too far off center, doesn't get out, and has so much loot on him. Does have some stuff in the safe box that should be fine. And of course, it wrapped up here around this pipe extract.
Oh, and then using Scoob right there, picking up Full Array. Evan. Nice weight onto Legacy, and the final 1v1. You got Stick here, and even though Lynx goes so low, he's like, I just have to push. I don't think he's going to be expecting me to full send this, and he just takes it. And look, if you're going down, take 400k with you.
Yeah, totally agree. And I was looking at some stats there, and I think our leaderboard is going to look pretty interesting going into this next round. And I think I want to remind everybody, too, our next round is a Mandelbrick round, folks. You're not going to want to miss it. We are headed to Space City. It's going to be smokes galore, and it is going to be very aggressive because, yes, this is the finals, which means you're not playing for top 3 anymore, folks. You are playing for the win. People are going to be jumping this brick. Mandelbrick Addiction, can they do it in 4? I doubt it, but it is certainly possible. You're not going to miss the crazy action on Space City. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, map number 4 technically could be the last.
Humanity's greatest inventions have been born from a longing for better lives. Nuclear power to light our homes. Seismic waves to map the Earth's core. Yet we never quite learned how to wield our potential, invariably turning it against ourselves. Whatever the outcome of this battle, we have once again demonstrated this truth to the entire universe. A titanic force wrought by human hands that slipped from our grasp.
unstable. Be prepared for a big one.
All units evacuate the area. Fall back ASAP.
This was caused by Havoc. Destruction of their tremor system is crucial.
All units, defend the key objective. The cut is extremely unstable. The next one could be a major quake.
The enemy has activated the device. We're detecting a massive quake on the way.
Ma'am, you cannot stay here. The aftershocks are still continuing and the evacuation zone will be closed soon.
I only know that my child is buried here. Signal detected.
Ma'am, be careful! The earthquake's coming again.
My child is still in there.
But both GTI and Havoc rescue teams have already searched the area. It's too dangerous for you to go back in.
I have to go back.
Welcome back, Delta Force Global League Season 4 EU Finals, folks. Game 3 was a resupply round, and we're seeing numbers like this. No mana bricks on the map means that mana brick addiction just loots the whole friggin' map and picks up 8.23 mil in total assets without a kill to their name. Ridiculous stats. Legacy comes in with 8 total kills, which is 3.2 mil in total value from kills, but also picks up almost 4 mil in assets for a total of 7 mil from that map tiff. Kind of crazy stuff from our top two teams.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's crazy because Mandel Brick Addiction, not only have they proven they can kill, they've proven they can get a Mandel Brick, and now it's like, all right, you've got the loot luck as well here in the finals. For Legacy, an impressive 8 kills like you already highlighted. Perry, not too bad with their 1 kill and 2.4 mil total assets. And even for Dark Entities, Darkside and LV, look, it's still up, and that's all that matters, considering once we get into the flow of the next 3 or 4 straight Mandel Brick rounds, we're going to need to make sure that we've got some assets in case there needs to be a tiebreaker to get yourself up in that leaderboard to grant yourself more cash.
Yeah, look, I'm going to be totally frank. The numbers from Tied Prison for our top 2 teams just from that game is more assets than some of the other teams had in total after 7 games in the semifinals. I mean, that's how much value you're getting from a Tied Prison map. That's insane. So I totally agree. There's going to be some big motion here on the leaderboard that will definitely affect things, especially if Mana Brick Addiction does not pick up their second Mana Brick right now. So let's take a look at the overall and set the scene. This is the difference maker that map made for Legacy. A huge jump all the way up to 13 mil in total assets, puts them less than half a mil, basically 1 kill in value behind Dark Entities going into a Mandel Brick round. This is a giant value jump for them that they can bring in some really solid gear into this next round, and even if they die, they're still going to be looking pretty good on our leaderboard compared to some of the other rosters. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing, and the fact that Mandel Brick Addiction has 17 mil and a brick means even if they go down with some really good gear here, they can kind of play all out for this second brick and try to win right now and they can afford to go for it. And if they lose, they're still going to be near the top of the leaderboard in asset value.
I mean, it's a great storyline for them. They've set themselves up very nicely at the start of this, and now moving into Space City, this just opens the door of what this looks like for them. Can they be able to take it home here? Mind you, they're in win condition. Mandelbrick Addiction could completely shut this thing down, and if that happens, you're looking to maximize your total assets to get yourself up the leaderboard. And with Dark Entity's legacy so incredibly close, who knows? Perry could go out and be like, I am gonna fry here, and next thing you know, they're in the top 3.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Let's take a look at the operator pool, and this is where it starts to get a little interesting because you're starting to see more of our operators grayed out here at TIFF. So talk to me about what you're seeing. Again, we still have some Raptors available on this map, but we know what the meta usually is on Space City, which is that you have to have a Luna and Stinger and otherwise. So we'll talk a little bit about that in a second. Any big standouts from this page for you?
No, just the fact that Mandelbrick does have 2 full operators out in the form of Hatclaw and Nox, and that's because they double up on Nox in Zero Dam, they double up on Hatclaw there in Tide Prison. So they have pretty much their comfortability picks here going into Space City. Now, if we go the duration and we get to that like map 7, that's where things are definitely going to start getting mixy. But when you look at Darkside having 3 operators fully out, even Perry 4 operators fully out, no Raptor, no Hatclaw, no Nox, and no D-Wolf. So if you're gonna get hyper aggro, what does that look like for you on Space City? Do you feel comfortable kind of pulling out the Stinger, the Luna, the Viren, or do you go a different route?
Yeah, and I'd love to take a look actually at that conversation if we can, because as we kind of rotate into what will be Space City, things really do change. I mean, this map is so different from some of the other maps, and so let's look at our map rotation, and then we'll talk about what operators you see on that map. Because yes, we're headed to Space City. It is a Mandelbrick round, and we're gonna be here until the tourney's over, or we go to Game 7, and last place gets to select where we end the tournament. So we've got 3 Mandelbricks in a row, and then we've got Space City back to back to back, and if somehow, some way we don't have a team on 2 Mandelbricks, we will go to Game 7. But it's going to be Space City for a while now, folks, so buckle in and let's take a look at the popular operators here for Space City, because this truly does kind of tell the story of this map. Again, with long sight lines, this is what I was really interested for. You're going to see Lunas, you're going to see Stingers 100%. And after our semifinals, there were so many Tempest pick that it actually changed out our 3rd operator to now be Tempest, which makes also a lot of sense here, Tiff.
Yeah, we do have a lot of Tempest left for the majority of our teams, so they'll likely slot that in. So it just goes to show you, Stinger is so valuable here on the heels, Luna to give you the information thanks to those arrows, and Tempest, obviously, with the ult, that rope pull you right back to safety. If you're looking to steal the Mandelbrick, it's so valuable if you're just looking to take some fights. However, for teams that have already used Tempest once on that brackish round, you are going to have to choose. Do you bring in Tempest to your first Space City round and place all of your bets onto that? I'm looking at Mandelbrick Addiction, right? They're the ones in win condition. They've already ran Tempest once on brackish. They're only going to have one more opportunity to use her over the next, few maps. Do you do it now?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, frankly, I'm pretty positive NBA is going to come in stacked to this lobby. Like I said just a moment ago, looking at the leaderboard, they can afford to come in absolutely stacked to the gills with gold gear, gold ammo, everything that they need to have a successful potential double brick and in this tournament in 4 games. And if that's the case, if they're going all in right now, I think they do pull a Tempest right now to see if they can make that play. Let's take a look at the spawns as well. And golly, this is such a great time for them to just all in on Game 4, folks. Watch out for Mandelbrick Addiction in this game, because looking at the spawns, D, E, and Darkside got the T1 spawns on Prison, which means Mandelbrick Addiction does have a chance for a T1 spawn here on Space City, Tiff.
That's a perfect story. You want that to happen, right? Now, if you do get the T1 spawns, I'm looking at that right side of Central Command Bridge. That's the spawn that I would want particularly, because you can just dive on down into the office. Maybe you go to the Black Chamber for that decoding station. That was the typical favorite of what we'd witnessed in semifinals Group A. Dormitory building, we know how chaotic and messy that decoding area can get. It's so open, the stairways, just the vantage points, it's pretty disgusting, but I wouldn't hate having a spawn over there for tier 2.
Disgusting is a good way to put it. And the left side of the map, the T1 spots are so interesting on this map for many reasons. But before we keep talking about that, because the game is about to get started, I need everybody to lock in and drop a follow. We're You can find all of those social medias at Delta Force, all right? We got Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, Reddit. We got everything you could possibly want in terms of Delta Force socials. And if you want to get involved in competitions like this in the future, there were open calls, folks. All you had to do was make sure you were following all those socials so you could register for the event and get involved, all right? So drop a follow wherever you're watching, and we're going to get back to the action here because Space City has been launched. The players are in. It is time to get involved, folks, and I am so pumped about Space City. Quick look, though. T1 is going to be DE on the left over here by Westgate. On the right is going to be LV on that passage you talked about, and DS is flying from Central Command to come get involved around the mantle brick. Everybody swarming for the brick. NBA has pulled Assembly, which frankly is my least favorite spawn, but already they are striking first while the iron is hot. NBA has struck down one from LEG from a distance. Boldo is flying after opponents.
Boldo is fueling with violence here. Mind you, they are here to take home this Season 4 Delta Force Global League. He understands the assignment. He's got solid gold across the way for the entirety of the team. Now, look at Skydie. We talked about the operator select at the top of Space City, and very different. Aside from Skydie locking in the Luna, they've got Shepard and they've got Toxic.
Also, off-screen, by the way, Uzbishka just took down Borscher with a bow. So we're getting real weird on this map, and I'm loving it. And that was not a tagline for a famous brand. I'm actually loving what's happening on the map already. Very aggressive playstyles here from NBA. I also like that they're getting really aggressive because they know they're stacked to the gills. This is exactly what I thought would happen. They come in with a very expensive kit to make sure they can find some success on the map. They got some early aggression. They get one down to yellow timer with a full. They have Assembly. They know this spawn is terrible. So how about we push over the bridge and try to take a high ground position and maybe come into the brick late?
I mean, I'm okay with that, right? They don't have to be the first to the brick to get it. How many times did they have to retake it over on Brackish? Now with the Mandel brick being spotted, we knew there were multiple teams that were there, poised and ready after the full send. Smokes go down, and it's Dark Entities, Ubishka, that wants to be the first to pick up the Mandel brick. Thanks to Tempest, you pop the ult, you get out of dodge. What is our decoding station of choice? We're already there.
Yeah, the tried and true classic, folks. We've seen this one time and time again, over and over again. I call this like the quad because it's kind of in between all four buildings, obviously in an alleyway on the kind of left-hand side of these four buildings. But what you're going to see is what we see every single time on this map. When this decoding station is chosen, you've got to be able to play around, yes, the ramp, which is what you're seeing here from Full Array, but teams are going to swarm into these buildings and basically take the buildings as their own. They're going to have that power position, and then from those buildings, they're going to push out, try to go for the steal, and then push back into the building. So it's kind of a cat and mouse game as per the usual to peeking some of these sight lines. Generally speaking, this alleyway between, you can see it now, Centrifuge on the bottom side and Buoyancy on the top side, that alleyway where the decoding station is, I wouldn't say it's easy to hold because there's so many angles you can get shot from, but it is isolated from the rest of the map in some ways. And so there's only a couple different angles you need to hold if you're DE. You can either hold the centrifuge side and actually hold the ramp if you have the power position immediately, which DE does. You're, of course, at risk getting shot from the right-hand side over the supply containers where Flarich is right now. So they're keeping 2 on the container side, and they're keeping 1 on the ramp. As long as your ramp player doesn't get swarmed, they should hold this for a while and at least have enough information to call back the ramp player if they have to, if they're getting overwhelmed as a duo on the crate side.
Good comms, Goj. Honestly, nice breakdown. I really hope it works out for them on the hold there for the ramp based on everything that you said. Elsewhere, a lot of pieces have been moving into place. You've got Perry that's rotating up towards that kind of ramp side of things. NBA, they're going to be incredibly late to this because, mind you, they had not the best spawn. Sure, they did pick up a member of Legacy, forcing them to be a duo who are now approaching from the southern side of this kind of set of buildings. You do have LV. Now, the big question mark is them. Solid showing out in map number 1. They had a good fight for Zero Dam at the very end to grab themselves a ton of value. And they're still kind of inching their way over on that eastern side of things.
A quick look at our free cam shows where Perry's situated just outside the ramp, playing nice and slow. They're expecting a team probably to come for the ramp side, and they're actually trying to catch this team in rotation, or at least clear it out and know that there's nobody here. Now, suspicions are correct. Maybe they Luna arrowed and got some recon and know that LEG are over here somewhere. Maybe they heard some of the shots over by the bridge and know the spawns are. I mean, they definitely do. There's that arrow going out, trying to get some information. Perry is going to push up, and they actually got the pings there. You saw it very briefly ping on LEG. They have them pinged now. So they know for a fact there's a team over here by the ramp. But while all this is going on, Tiff, I'm not going to miss it this time. Take a look, top middle. A minute and 9 seconds. We're starting to run out a little bit of daylight here. And LV have pushed up, but they're on the opposite side. They need to get over and actually play for the brick.
I don't know. This could come down to the last 30 seconds where everything gets full sent. Now, mind you, you only need to hop the decoding station and steal it, reset the time, and give some more. But the issue is sometimes on Space City, other teams believe that someone else is going to hop it. Now, DS is up there making a chow potentially towards DE. They're kind of working their way in. Perry, though, will they actually full send?
Yeah, we got to go back to brick if we can. DE still in control, but yellow and white, DS and DE stacked on top of each other right now. Perry maybe trying to get involved from the opposite side. Here's a look at the brick. Full Array's just standing on it. Nobody's here fast enough. DS is underground. They're not even playing alleyway. This is the finals, and nobody's going for it. LV finally trying to go, and it's just too late. Even if he gets there in time, I'm not even sure if he has enough time to take it. They get it for free? Again? Holy crap. A different team. Games and tournament's not over, but that is a free brick on the first round of Space City. Ridiculous.
I smile, I wave, congrats DE. No real contention. I honestly thought DS was gonna pop up and be like, hey guys, like LV, you know, they get pressured, of course, they have to push on out. And now at this point, fight. Because you've got to work on your loot value now, because there's multiple teams that have Mandel bricks. You're going at least another game, and you have 2 teams that will be in win condition on your next Space City round. But you can't afford to do what you just did again. I mean, if you're DE, you can. You can do that all day.
Yeah, it did feel like, well, somebody's going to go for it, right? We're waiting for shots to be fired so we can third party it. Sorry. There wasn't even a second party. There's nobody. Insane stuff. Now, here's our first fight. Main fight at the very least. Perry actually getting the better of Scoob. And Lynx almost grabbing one. Unfortunately, just missing a few shots. That gun maybe bouncing a bit more than he would have liked. So now Lynx is all alone. Reminder, Easy got wiped very early in this map by MBA. And I will give MBA the excuse of being late to the party because, again, I think they decided, hey, we pulled probably the worst spawn on the map. And I don't think we can get to a position to actually play smartly when we're bringing in this amount of gear. So they're playing very slow this map, protecting the gear they brought in, and maybe go a little bit more aggressive if they get a better spawn next time. So I don't blame NBA for not being at the party, but everybody else, golly, you're just sitting in your cars waiting for somebody else to go in first. Like, go inside, have some fun. Golly.
They're like, no, you. No, after you. At least they were being polite, but regardless, look at the fact that now Dark Entities and Mandelbrick Addiction are so incredibly close at the top of this. So what you basically have to focus on doing is staying alive and getting that loot value up until that, I mean, NBA, with what they've been looting up to 22 and DS still trying to take this fight, immediately toggles on back. Perry says, okay, look, we thought we were fighting a duo. What is this?
Lynx still alone, but yeah, you're right. DS getting involved, making things a little bit more interesting. We do see Evan fully fall as well. The hand of Trixie. LV is going to come get involved because, well, what else are you supposed to be doing? You've got a full team of 3. Let's see if we can get a couple kills. And Lynx, as a solo, plays spoiler to one member of LV, and it's utter chaos onto the map. Back to DS we go, and one member of LV is down. The second one's half health. DS is in trouble, and ooh, a nice knock on the DE. Luckily, Tempest had dropped their ult, so was able to get back to a potential safe position. Flair's probably going to go for that revive off screen. But Borscher's last alive for DS. LEG's now full wiped, by the way, during that chaos. And LV is fully restabilized. This is going to be a full team of 3 pushing onto a solo, and then a full team of 3 on the opposite side as well.
Kind of crazy what this has manifested into, because there's still 8.5 minutes available on this map to just kind of fight it out, hit the loot, and do as much as you can. Right now, Borscher, you've just kind of got to crawl your way out of here because LV's looking for you after that reset.
makes him think twice about picking that angle. And Stickinson has a solo from the backside, picks up a double on LV. By himself, 6 bullets in a dream. I'm sure he's got more in a safe box. Gonna try to clean him up. The Allure Rocket, and he's able to get one of them. Stickinson with a full, that's 400k to his inventory as a solo. The last remaining member of LV almost catches Stickinson unaware outside. He catches a few bullets and shoots them back in kind. Crazy stuff from Stickinson. Be able to keep Perry's dreams alive of at least winning out on this map at some value.
I'm like, just wait for it. I love that you're bringing down the quick cover here to kind of guard your right-hand side. But that LV player has already moved and is looking for angles on you. Now, do you decide to get out of there? Because if you go towards the left, you still have some remnants of DS in the mix.
That's kind of insane. We've got three solos and 2 teams of 3. And DE's about to roll up and just wipe all of these solos if they sit in this stalemate for too long.
He's going for it. Obishka has spotted. They're going to toggle throughout these towers. He swings. And
I mean, unfortunately, there's not much you can do there. It's a full team of 3 with DE pushing through containers here. And so down goes 1 solo. Let's see if DE cleans up the rest of them. I don't think LV is going to allow that to happen. He's going to get really aggressive on Stickinson right now. Was marked earlier. I think Stickinson knows he's close. A perfectly cooked nade, both sides. Incendiary lands perfectly. Cooked nade takes about half health as well. They actually trade health for health, and a push comes through. Stickinson, fortune does not favor the bull this time around. Krim did not miss a bullet. Slammed. Very well done from LV to stay alive. 400k to his name. Perry out of the lobby. These 2 yellow timers are fairly low, and frankly, those bodies, I would say, aren't safe if DE pushes this, but they're taking their sweet time.
that's actually crazy. That is actually crazy. Well, now, the last member of LV, do you get your teammates back on up? It's going to be a little bit longer, but you'll be totally fine. DE still in the vicinity, and Mandelbrick Addiction says, I'm out of here.
Yeah, and again, we haven't talked much about them this map because they didn't need to do anything. They got 1 kill. Look, they've got they brought the AWM in. They brought the AWM into the map. They got their 1 kill with it, and they said, well, we're stacked to the gills full of gear. We weren't really able to do anything on this map because we got assembly room. Nobody contested DE. We're leaving. And I hope you come chow us. They know there's still people alive on the map. They just saw the recon arrow. But they're going to take rocket extract for free, I would assume. And DE is not going to keep looting bodies. They're going to head essentially to the north side of the map. They've got a dog tag, so they can get out 1 player via the dog tag extract and potentially... Man, this is wild.
I don't know. It's just like so vastly different from the semifinals, which we kind of were anticipating, where some things regarding like your operator selections have been okay, but the kills, all the things, it's just been very interesting. I'd be curious to see what they do. Maybe they'll go over to the horizontal test workshop, look for the lever, try to hit the extract that way, but there we go. Helicopter time.
Yeah. This is crazy. I mean, honestly, NBA played it perfectly. I think they made the right call not to get involved in that chaos. DE's going to head out on the other side of the map. LV, by the way, fully restabilized. We may have not seen our last fight, as he got the double res on yellow timers, and now they're going to be back into the mix.
Okay. No longer alone, but a nice 1v1 to clutch on that, to go get the reset onto your team. You preserve the gear, so you're not losing all of that, which is going to be really nice when you go into that next Mandelbrick round. For now, all about just trying to get out.
Yeah, and I misspoke before. I meant to say bagless extract, not the dog tag extract, but the heli extract's the main one just underneath the bridge, and then obviously the rocket, so... Should see DE and LV fight over the heli extract here in a couple minutes. And see them wrapping around this right-hand side. Neither of these teams are going to try to push the rocket extract. There's no way. It's a death sentence. There's a no-bag extract over there on the right-hand side. of the map, but I'm not sure what the team will decide to do. I feel like they're going to fight as a squad rather than go to water tank.
I'm okay with the fight. I truly am. Full array is already on 2. Still pretty confident. They're all solid gold, which would really hurt to lose, aside from full array with the purple ammo. And we're just kind of starting to walk on up. You can see just over 2 minutes there available for this, but you got to make sure you check all those angles. We can see how easily you can get burned.
Yeah, our map
a tied prison.
That's right. And our map timer is at 2.5, so we've got time for the heli extract. That rocket extract will change, by the way. You guys know this. Once they're done guarding the area and they flip the switch, they're going to hit that rocket extract in pretty quick time. They'll get out in time as well. So the only thing that is left is this fight over heli extract. Now, this is similar to Brackish in some ways, where you can kind of smoke this extraction point and kind of hope that you get out and not get fooled. So you could see both teams at least partially extract, depending on the timing.
I know. They're going to wait it out. You wait till the very last second. Like, Flarich was trying to thread the needle with the angles just to see if he could potentially get any information. Now, if he lobs an arrow over there, it'd be really unfortunate because you'd give away the fact that you're coming. It doesn't really give you the point that you're looking for. So we'll wait and see. There goes the rocket update, about 47 seconds, and then MBA will be out of here.
Yep, that's exactly right. MBA gets out for free. Not too much skin off their back. It's going to be a 3v3, the final fight of the map. And it has to go down in the next 38 seconds and counting. They've got all of their util back. It's just going to be a smoke and run.
Just all breaks out, the chaos. Look, we saw this just on the prior map. We know what this looks like. You do your best. You get in there. 10 seconds left for MBA.
Yep. Bye-bye, MBA. A free map for them. They didn't get the brick, but because of their spawn, they elected to play nice and slow. They got their 1 kill, protect their loot. Here we go. Smoke and run. 3 seconds on the clock for the extract. They're just going to try to get onto the point and get out. Do they get there? Yes. Holy cow. As expected, the smoke and run. No shots land. And it wasn't as exciting as I wanted it to be. I wanted there to be some more bullets connecting, but both teams get out. NBA gets out. Half the lobby fully extracts out of the map. Half the lobby wiped. And, well, the mantle brick pretty much uncontested. That was, that was a wild Space City. I can't lie.
I wasn't anticipating that because we have to think back to our semifinals. There was one map in particular where we did see a mantle brick get hopped immediately. No one really chowed it until it was too late. But even then, this one just went uncontested. Of course, there's still plenty more mantle bricks to be had for our teams, but now we have 2 teams sitting in win condition.
Yeah, sitting in win condition, and they're 2 teams that have had a majority of the loot totals as well. So they're feeling very comfortable at the top. DE Dark Entities picking up the 2nd brick and going to be up there next to Mantle Brick Addiction. Pretty crazy stuff. Let's take a look back on the replay and see what happened. Of course, it started with Skydie and co. Finding a knock on Easy. It was actually LMG time, not a AWM shot that was able to drop down 1 from LEG. Here's DE. They grab the brick off rip. They immediately Tempest back and plant it off instantaneously. I don't think they could have started the decode fast enough. Once they did that, nobody contested them. Everybody was saying, well, somebody's going to jump it. Well, third party. Nobody was second to the party, which means nobody was third to the party, which means brick gets for free. And this is where the chaos started happening. We saw DE try to come from the backside, DS fighting LV, Perry and LV end up fighting because DS is all into the mix. It comes down to 3 solos. We have 2 teams of 3, and the solos, well, they fight each other for a while, but Krim just hits his shots, is able to clean up all of Perry while DE clean up the rest of DS. So now we've got NBA sitting on the rocket, hanging out, looting up, trading loot to make sure they get everything out that they want, while these 2 teams were fighting each other, able to restabilize, and then they share the extract at the end of the day.
They do. And you've got the cover, all the smokes coming through thanks to the stingers and everything, and just full out sprinting for the extract. It's kind of like a clean sweep, right? If you had a nice reset round here, you didn't get the mantle brick, it's okay because we go again back to Space City.
Yeah, we go again, and I gotta say too, like for DE, this is such a big game for them. I mean, Metal Brick aside, they also protect all the loot they brought in. They brought in stacked gear as well, gold gear. They protect all of that loot. They probably picked up several dog tags as well from the fallen bodies of DS in the mid map. So I think they ultimately picked up a lot of loot value and the Mantle Brick, and are gonna be up there next to Mantle Brick Addiction in total score. I think they're in a really good position. The rest of the teams now, they can't afford to be scared. Fortune favors the bold many times in this competition. I keep using that phrase for good reason, and it certainly favored DE in that map. Now you can no longer be scared because we go back to Space City, map 5. You're not going to want to miss it, folks. They have to jump the brick or they're at risk of losing this competition. $4,000 to first. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back, Delta Force Global League Season 4 EU Finals, folks. This is our game leaderboard from our first Space City map, and, well, DE, they had a banger, Tiff. That's 4 kills, 7.4 mil, and a Mandelbrick to boot for free. Now, Mandelbrick Addiction did an insane job just looting up all that was going on. They pick up, what, 8.8 mil? Is that sounds so high. That is insane. With only 1 kill, they found a crazy amount of loot on the map and end up just stacking points on their total asset category to probably maintain a top spot on the leaderboard. And then everybody else, what is going on, Tiff, at the bottom of this leaderboard?
It doesn't look too good. I'm not gonna lie, Goj. If you're gonna bring in 4.7 million in loot value and lose it, we're hurting. We're definitely hurting. Some of those teams were solid gold looking to get that Mandelbrick. So if you're coming in kitted like that and Dark Entity still gets a Mandelbrick for free, it hurts.
They must have brought in so much ammo. 4.7. They ended up going at 4.2 because of safe boxes. And I guess the resupply. What the heck? I cannot even believe that. That is so much loot value they just lost. And they obviously got wiped on that map. So, and they didn't have a chance to loot anything. I guess that's right. That seems so high, though. Holy cow. I'm getting away from admin. It's all right. They brought in very expensive gear. And they got punished aggressively for it. This is probably one of the reasons Mandelbrick Addiction said, we're not going to get involved in that gas. We're taking Rocket out of here. And they got paid for it. So some big swings in loot value. And even Perry going down 160, just going down at all is bad news. Look at the leaderboard right now, Tiff. Walk me through this. Insane at the top and terrible at the bottom. No flame. Just they're broke comparatively.
It's kind of wild because this is such a different story from what we were witnessing in the semifinals. Like Perry down there with 10 kills. That's not even like an average on par of what we were running through in our semifinals group B. And even then we are at about like what, a third of our total loot value that we had from this. So we need to kind of turn some things around. Legacy, I understand they've got 12 kills. They just took a hit of 4.7 million. We were down negative 4.2 after that last map. So it would have put us around 12. You would have been situated just outside of third place. And for Dark Side, man, we gotta hit the come up. For Dark Entities and Mandelbrick Addiction, you guys are situated in win condition. We are chilling. But mind you, first place, you get the most cash. You get to say you're the Delta Force Global League Season 4 champions. So it really doesn't matter about anything else. And it could end here. It could be Mandelbrick Addiction. It could be Dark Entities. But if I'm LV, Perry, Legacy, and Darkside, I am fighting to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's no excuses at this point. If you're a team that doesn't have a Mandelbrick going into map 5, you have to go for it. You have to be aggressive on this next Mandelbrick because you know this price pool drops off pretty aggressively after the top 2. So you're looking for the 4K at the top. You got to go for a win. And to go for the win, you got to have a Mandelbrick. There is no two ways about it. This is not a semifinal anymore. There was a lot of excuses during the semifinals that I gave for teams. I said, you can play slow in the semifinals because you're just playing top 3. Teams are playing protect. Teams were playing defense. They allowed teams to capture the second brick when they were already inside the top 3 because they wanted it to be over. It all made sense then. But now you have to play for the win. You better go for broke. And speaking of going for broke, I will give them credit. Legacy, they may not have gone for the brick. They went for broke, and unfortunately, they are a bit broke here. They still have enough value to pick up some decent kits here, but they are looking very broke after a very frustrating loss. So losing out on 4 mil is got to be really hurting them right now, especially with the amount of kills that they've been able to have and their efficacy in the semifinals. You got to remember, they won their semifinals group. They crushed it. So I know that's frustrating for them, but let's take a look at the operators and see where things are headed because we're starting to get to the point, Tiff. Not quite. After this map, we definitely will, where we start getting a little bit more restrictive and start going a hair more outside of what I would call the meta of the operators.
Yeah, I mean, look at Stinger, right? Every team but Darkside pulled a Stinger into that first match of Space City. I'd imagine that the majority of our teams are going to run Stinger this round as well. Same goes for Luna. 1 tick, done and out. But if you use it here on the second map of Space City, then you will not have Luna for anything else should this go. But you cannot pretend that we are getting another Space City. You have to assume that it's going to end here. So honestly, send it with the meta.
Yeah, I think so too. I think if I Mantle Brick Addiction, I think I go all in here. I go Tempest again, and because we know we're not going to get the same spawn we just got in the last map. We may not get a T1 spawn, but we won't get Assembly again. So we're going to have a much better spawn. We can go Tempest again. We can come in stacked to the gills, and we play for the win. I think DE will likely do the same. They can afford to spend all of their resources on gold gear, gold ammo, everything that you need to have an advantage going into this next map. The rich will stay rich, but they're going to spend a lot of money on some gear right now to try to have an advantage in this next fight. And this map, I think both of those two teams are going to try to close things out. So watch out for those teams, where they decide to end up spawning and how they decide to take the fights. Let's take a quick look at the map rotation, though, to make sure we're all on the same page. Because, yes, we have wrapped up 4 maps, and the tournament is not over. So we stay on Space City, and we got another Mantle Brick round, Tiff.
Oh, baby. Let's get into it. And if you're Dark Entities, you were saying, you know, if you guys are going to let me have the first one for free, do you want to be so kind to just go ahead and let me end things out here? I'd imagine since, you know, Mantle Brick Addiction didn't have the best spawn in that first map of Space City, we're likely going to be, you know, better access to where that Mantle Brick's going to be. Different story, right?
Yeah, I think so too. And I think some of the even non-T1 spawns on Space City aren't bad, and sometimes you can get very quickly over to where the brick is. It's just really the assembly, and then the upper dormitory can be quite difficult if you don't get an early engagement on the team that spawns kind of in front of you. But other than that, let's take a look at it. Sorry, we're talking so much about spawns, still looking at the maps. Here's what I'm talking about, right? So you can see Dark Entities and LV technically had T1 spawns, okay? Dark Entities, they get the brick first. I like this spawn a lot. The only negative to the spawn on the left-hand side of the map is the team from dormitory can shoot you in the back basically off rip if you don't move quickly, and you aren't aware of that. Most teams are, but we even saw it in North America. Some early aggression paid off for a team from dormitory. They were able to shoot a T1 spawn player. But with Dark Entities not getting a T1 spawn, Mantle Brick Addiction still can get a T1 spawn on this map, which means no holds barred. They're going to go for the brick. I think the only other shout here is, again, I'm looking top right. NBA can't get that assembly room spawn. That's, in my opinion, the worst spawn on this map in terms of playing for the brick. But any other thoughts from you, Tiff, on spawns?
Oh man, it's really tough. Like, honestly, where Mantle Brick Addiction had spawned originally in assembly room out there, like, you want Dark Entities to have that spawn. But if you get that tier 2 spawn for them, this is another opportunity for them to end it. But for Mantle Brick Addiction, you are chilling. You are guaranteed at least that tier 1, tier 2. You're feeling really solid. So your only issue is Dark Entities, because you are similarly on the leaderboard. 1 Mantle Brick apiece. Your loot value is there. But for what is it? Who just lost all that? Was it Legacy, right? They lost 4.7 mil. Okay. We need to regain here. You need a Mantle Brick to put yourself into fighting contention, and you're not going to be able to come in as kitted to do it.
Yeah, 100%. The fact that some of these teams are like nearly 20 mil down means they got to go for the double brick, which means they got to play really aggressive. Quick look at the operators, by the way. Nothing's changed. Everything's the same. This is the meta for this map, and I've talked about this several times, so I'll say it one more time. Stinger is a huge value add for this map because of the quick revives, but also the amount of smokes that Stinger offers, and then being able to pair that with a Luna, if you still have one available to you, using the recon arrow, being able to spot through smokes, getting intel, all great things for this map. And then we all know the value of Tempest at this point. I don't need to explain it when you're playing Mantle Brick rounds. So this is the meta. Now we're starting to run out of some of these operators for some of our teams, or this is maybe the last map they can run a meta comp like this. So look for variants of this. Look for Toxic instead of Stinger, for instance, and maybe we'll see a more aggressive, maybe you'll see even a Viren when people start running out of Tempest, just for some extra movement and that knockdown mechanic you can use in some of these team fights. So some fun stuff around comps, spawns, and everything in between, but now it's all about the map. Quickly though, Tiff, I'm going to keep monologuing because I got to give a huge shout out to all of our watch partiers out there. I love that we've got a ton of people, thousands of people in our main chat here on the Delta Force streams, but we've also got some amazing watch parties happening from either some of the teams that got eliminated early in this competition or some folks out there, some streamers that just love these competitions. So let me shout out Lil J. I had a chance to interview Lil J, fantastic streamer. Watch partying right now with a ton of viewers. Thanks for watching, Lil J. We love you over there. A lot of other watch partiers, Zot Play, Pasic, Slashnik as well, and many others. Thanks for watching, folks. Could be the last map of the day. Could have a couple more, Tiff. Let's jump in.
Oh, let's get into it. Here are your spawns and NBA Central Command hailing down immediately. But look at Dark Entities. We're getting mixy. We already take down Scoop there with the bow. We're feeling nasty.
Here we go. And the bow as a secondary. The bold move. You're hitting your shots. It is certainly strong. DE, LEG, man. They can't catch a break. Can I just say, LEG, this is now the second time after a frustrating last map, they lose one off rip in kind of a compromised position. Poor Scoop, man. What a brutal start. And they're kitted out too, or at least Lynx is in all gold. The other two are in purples, unfortunately. And DE's not going to come back and sweep for a wipe here, I would expect, just because of the position on the map. They need to go play for the mantle brick, but LEG is going to make sure of that before they try to go for a res.
They're like, dude, this can't happen again, right? This can't keep happening to us. But that's okay. Perry elsewhere, picking up some reds, living their best life, waiting for that mantle brick to spawn on in. And Legacy, you gotta suss out this team. We gotta get the homie back in.
Patience is a virtue here. You don't want to scam. It does look like DE is rotating towards mid-map, but is going to take a look at this respawn. Checking all their corners. But back to the mantle brick we go, because it is back. It is ready to be grabbed. And NBA is there already. Came from Central Command and are going to be playing around the brick. Here's the push. Oh. Tempest, so much value. Mantle brick did not get grabbed, though. Mantle brick is still there. So the Tempest ult saves the player. They're able to get revived, but they don't get the brick. And this is going to allow Boldo to grab it. Mantle brick addiction. Ready to rock and roll. Brick in hand. Where are they going?
Oh, they're running for now. And honestly, this is what we were talking about. They don't have that Tempest available. So they're going Toxic, Shepherd, Luna. So you have to make sure that your decoding station is in favor of your operator selection. Could be very much the same. We've seen this area and Boldo immediately getting it down. Now, when we think about how much time we have left, it goes to 4 minutes. Now, Dark Entities in our prior Space City map were uncontested. Traps going down. I don't think NBA is going to have the same luck.
Yeah, this is actually going to be a tough decode. There's so many teams going to be able to push this, but they instantly plan it as expected. And the timer has started. Now, here's a quick note for everybody that hasn't watched a lot of these competitions, by the way. When a team that already has a mantle brick, as the fight's ensuing and DE's trying to push here on Uvalier, when a team that already has a mantle brick starts to decode, it tells everybody in the lobby, yo, alert, alert, match point team, tournament's over if you allow this brick to be decoded. So there is no questions that everybody knows what's happening right now.
Well, I like Dark Entity's play style here. They want to go ahead and steal it. They have the Tempest to be aggressive to get in there, right? And they do have the Stinger for smokes. For NBA, who's been poised, keep away from Boldo. We saw him do a nice little 1v3 over on Brackish to make that decode possible. Not afraid to get mixy. And so far, when you're situated just about 2.5 minutes to go on this decode, still calm. For now, here's your other squads. All over here.
Everybody moving towards a building of their choice to try to play for the mantle brick. And again, I can't imagine this was going to go for free, or they're just giving away a win for no reason. DE trying to find an angle on NBA to open things up. As a reminder, if NBA gets wiped here, the timer will pause. One goes down, the second goes. No, Boldo trades. Boldo trying to go huge for his team, but they are out of here. NBA able to stay alive with 1 HP and a dream. Skydie on half health wins the gunfight. DE wiped. The only team that can end the tournament right now is Mantle Brick Addiction. Dark Entities are gone.
Oh my gosh, the first challengers to throw on down. NBA now with the nice reset. This would have been the perfect time for a team to third party the decode, and not a single one was able to hop that. For DS, we've got to contend with homie just in front of us, the machine gunner down and out, and then we have to go ahead, focus up. What does it look like? Because it's 1.5 minutes left and NBA is going to potentially end this tournament.
Yeah, they're going to get a free steal here. NBA was in so much turmoil with DE that they aren't able to hold the decode. So it's going to be a steal for DS. Now, off screen, you saw it there briefly. LV and LEG are in a huge engagement, and LEG is yet again in deep trouble. They only have one player alive, one on red, one on yellow timer. DS has possession of the mana brick currently, and they're actually pushing on NBA. This is a huge fight. Skydie gets the first blood. Uvalier gets the second. It's going to be a solo on the side of DS in deep trouble now with NBA hunting them down. A barrel stuffed through the smoke is trying to do God's work. Well, there'll be another 1v3 this time against NBA. They can't find him. Somehow Sandstorm is alive.
How is this happening? NBA, you are clutching up. I understand that, sure, your decode was interrupted. It's fine. But for now, it is paused because DS is wiped.
Another big win for NBA. This map is not a silent one. Thank you, EU region, for getting aggressive now when you need it most. But unfortunately, two big contenders just tried to take down NBA and they failed. Who else is left? LEG. It's got a solo. One player full out of this lobby. Another player on yellow timer being held by LV. The only real contenders right now are going to be Perry from the backside and LV from the front.
Oh boy, it's getting mixy. I see smokes. I see people looking to steal it in LV. They say, what's up, guys? We're here. And now we are looking to get our first Mandel brick.
LV get the steal. A steal against really nobody. The timer was paused. Again, the new rule here said if you're decoding the Mandel brick and you get wiped, timer pauses and it is free to steal.
All right, good look at the map real quick. NBA down there in Centrifuge. Perry, still a team of three, still have the capabilities to get in there. Now, mind you, LV, they've got to hit their positioning and hit a look for where they want to defend. For Legacy, mind you, they lost out on one member early on. They're still down to a solo, and they're hoping that they can get up to a team of two.
Patience. Now that the chaos is settled for a moment. I feel like you could hear a pin drop on this map. NBA now playing very slow. They've gotten fully rekitted back up. They've looted up. They've repaired everything. And they're ready to rock and roll. Here they go. Gonna try to get a ping on their opponents, and an arrow goes past their face as well. Here we go. LV out in the open. Where are they? In the corner. A fantastic find from Skydie, but he didn't see the one on the ground. They trade him out, and two go down. An insane push, and it's all in the back of Uvalier now. LV down to a solo. NBA down to a solo. Shock darts are landing, and it is utter chaos on the map. And in the chaos, what happens? Perry comes in and steals the brick.
They knew, they understood. They're like, this is the third party. This is the perfect time for us to get in there. And you know what? It's fine because there's still 2+ minutes to go to make the reset happen. NBA still having to lick their wounds basically after that LV interaction. We see a res come through on LV, so at least they're up to a duo.
A double res coming in for NBA as well.
But they've got the third member of LV in their sights. But LV are going back for the brick.
LV get a free steal here. Perry is playing a very slow and patient game right now. They're letting these two teams jockey back and forth. And now going out into the open, Umit Baba thinks he's free on this side, not knowing where Perry is, and catches an incendiary to the face. Down goes another member of LV. And now a solo. RR gonna try to be the hero for the team. There's no way he sticks either of these reses in a meaningful way. Perry playing this flank and playing patient, so valuable.
And you have to stay alive while it's decoding. But there's no way that another team doesn't steal this. NBA back to a 3. They want to grab the decode. Oh, but the duo of Legacy, they're walking up the ramp.
"60 seconds on the clock. A solo owns this Mandel brick right now. It will be stolen. It's just a matter of when. LG finally showing up to the party with a well-placed incendiary that doesn't get actually a lot of value. Not that well-placed. And there's the steal. Perry re-steal it from the backside, continuing to utilize this Tempest ult when it comes off cooldown to reset this timer. We're now at a 90-second timer for every steal, by the way.
It's going to get stolen at least one more time. It has to at this rate. You still have Perry a team of 3, NBA a team of 3, Legacy the duo on your screen. It's not like... It's not terrible, right? Because LV, honestly, they just want to survive. They could be the, like, thorn in the side of someone. But for now, Perry's ready to lob incendiaries.
Oh, these Aluru incendiaries are so dang strong. Toxic drones going over the top. Boldo trying to give them enough cover to go for the steal here. Perry's got 40 seconds on the clock, and Evan is very weak on the backside. Has to back off, but Stickinson continuing to throw util down. They're going to wait this out and then jump the brick most likely. Now, Lynx could play spoiler over here on the ramp, and NBA knows it. Skydie lands every single shot and punishes LEG for even showing up. Out of this lobby, down to 3 teams, and 1 team is just a solo. That's LV. Perry technically have the brick, but only for a moment, as NBA have jumped it after wiping LEG.
So basically, this is NBA v Perry. That is what it's coming down to. And currently, NBA has the brick being decoded. It was just 10 seconds or so away from going the route of Perry. If NBA win this, the tournament is over. And then it comes down to Dark Entities win second, and whoever has total loot value highest, without a Mandel brick, for third.
That's right. Majority of the prize pool's top 2. You got to be there. Now, NBA have a lot of information. The one thing they don't... Oh, look at Evan. He tries to go for it with the Tempest up and smokes on it. There's a guy on the point. He wins the gunfight. He barrels does him. Can he get the steal in time? Grenades are landing. It comes through just in the nick of time. Perfect execution of utilizing the Tempest. And look who's coming to play. Spoiler. LV XRR. They had all the information besides this one solo. Sonic traps aren't going to do a lot. Puts Uvalier onto yellow timer. Boldo's on yellow timer. Skydie's a solo against a full team of 3 of Perry, and Perry has the brick.
Oh, the best thing you can do here is, you're right, take the time to get Uvalier back up. At least you're a duo standing against that trio of Perry. I don't know if you're going to be able to get Boldo because he's on the decoding station. You're going to have to cover that area and get in there, but Uvalier is back up. Now keep your eyes here. Perry made a massive play with Tempest here on Evan to get the decode stolen, and down to 30 seconds, it's going to be NBA's final push.
There's no way NBA can pull this off. Perry's got to win here. All their utils back off cooldown now. If anybody pushes for it, they can incendiary again. They can frag again. Let's see what happens. Plenty of smokes to help things out. A couple bullets exchanging hands. They think they got to jump the brick, and that's exactly what Evan's going to do. He's going to push all the way up because there's only 13 seconds. All they care about is the brick. Uvalier goes down. NBA in trouble. It's going to be a solo, and he is down as well. Perry wiped the lobby. Perry get the brick, and we are not done yet. We're going to the next round.
Perry knew what they needed to do. They needed a Mandel brick. You're getting the points for the kills. You've even got reds inside your safe box. You're feeling good. Plus, you get to loot up on all the team's death boxes that are around here, and you have plenty of time to focus on getting out of the map. Extremely well done from them, because it did lobby back and forth. It felt like a ping pong match, bro, between the decoding station, which is very similar to what we had witnessed in semifinals Group B lobby, which Perry hailed from. They're like, nah, this is just a normal game to us. We are so used to this decode changing hands, and we're gonna win it out at the end.
It was a really patient playstyle from Perry. You know what it actually reminded me of the way that Team Syrup played in the North American region, playing from center map, knowing that their backside of the map, everything behind them is cleared out. They're not going to get third-partied. So they're going in, stealing with Tempest, resetting timer, and just playing protect. They played great defense, and because of that, it yielded a huge success. Now, they can give a little bit of credit to some of the other teams for fighting on the opposite side, but generally speaking, I thought Perry played this near flawlessly to make sure they had every advantage that they needed in order to secure the win. The only chance that they lose that is if they scam. If they make a mistake, they hold an angle for far too long and get knocked. If they would have gotten knocked on the backside of those crates, it would have maybe allowed for a retake and a re-steal. But they played it really patiently. They played it really soft. They decided to wait, back up if they take any shots. And if they push the brick, they know they can guard it with util. I thought that was nearly perfectly executed from Perry.
Yeah, I even like how at the very end, Evan kind of pushed up and it forces NBA's hand and they just full send, which allows Baxter there to just kind of take an angle and tear him down one by one. So Perry, well done. Beautiful on the assets obtained as well. Now we just got to get out and regain. And you know what this means, Goj, is that the next Space City is going to be nuts.
Yeah, it's going to be utter chaos. 3 teams with a brick, and going into round 6, it's exactly where we wanted to be. I want this to go to game 7, all right? We're about to see our 3rd Space City in a row. And let's get some more people with Mandel bricks. I'm in.
We just have 4 people with Mandel bricks going into game number 7. I'm okay with that. That sounds like a really fun time, and I can only imagine that someone would pick Space City.
That's right. Well, running out of daylight on the map, they don't technically know that everybody's off the map. I think they can probably assume. So they're just going to double check that nobody's on the extract over here and get out. Obviously, you saw that players were going for no bag here. So I like this play. Obviously, you're going to try to kit whatever you can. That is a ridiculous looking weapon on the ground and attachments. Gonna try to find everything that they can. At first, I thought that was one of the classic, you know how all of our comp players, they bring in like a revolver and they just like kit it out with everything. I thought there was a long barrel on that revolver, and I was about to crash out. I'm gonna be honest, but that is just an attachment on the ground. Revolver still looks a little crazy, but not as crazy as I thought it was.
Would be wild, but it's Space City. Everything is crazy here, especially over on the Europe side of things. But Perry finally stepping into it. We're gonna get on out of here thanks to the no backpack, and congratulations on the Mandel brick, Perry. Now NBA, DE, Perry, all with 1 Mandel brick.
Yeah, such a big round from Perry, too. They needed the asset jump. They got Baxter out via no bag. The other 2 stacked their safe boxes with whatever they could, and that's all they're going to get. So total assets won't end up being plus like 7 or 8 mil based on what they're bringing out, because 2 won't make it. But they're still going to have a sizable amount, plus the kills that they were able to pick up, which was several as well. So great job from Perry to win the map. And I got to tip my hat to NBA. I thought they had a great game going, and there was so much chaos that they endured to make it to the final fight. And they weren't in a 3v3 because they had to keep stealing over and over and over again and sacrifice 1 to just try to steal 1 more time. Perry had the power position. Perry executed.
Yeah, it really comes down to that member of Perry that pushes Buldo on the decode station. Like, if NBA doesn't lose Buldo there, they should be able to get a reset similar as they were able to pick up Uvalier by the ramp. But the moment they lost that player, it's not like you could peek on into the decode, because Perry is a team of 3 just sitting there with their sightlines towards that decode station. But at the end, all they had to do that was left was just push as a duo, because they have really no other options to go. But they did, you're right, fantastic throughout. A ton of well-placed fights there leading up to it. But now we just get to go again. We get to see the chaos happen on Space City, and I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, I'll be really interested to look back on some of these highlights, because there's so much going on in that map, and I'd love to kind of get a recap of what all happened. And I think, too, what we'll see in that recap is that final moment you were just talking about with Perry. They played defensive the entire time, but then when the timer was very low and there was only 1 team else left on the map, they stuck 1 on the Mandelbrick decoding station, and that was the difference maker. Now, here's a quick look. Obviously, as a reminder, one of our teams went for the brick off rip, but NBA was lying in wait there on the backside, shoot down the Tempest, so they get the brick first. What do? Immediately start the decode as per the usual. Folks, there's 14 minutes still on the clock when they start this first decode. That's how tight this was. So here's Boldo yet again picking up so much value on the map, picking up a 2-piece. They end up wiping DE off rip. So now NBA knows we're going for this brick. We are making sure we are playing for the brick every single time, because we're the only team that can win right now. So we have nothing to lose. And over and over and over again, they won team fight after team fight after team fight. One of the other reasons Mandelbrick Addiction stayed on this map, besides obviously playing for the Mandelbrick, was they have so many kills, they're going to get all their loot back basically in loot value from all these kills. Look at this. This is another team fight they win. Skydie able to pick down Krim. And LV, yes, they're losing a couple players. They do steal it for a moment, but Perry playing defensively, using Aluru's incendiaries on that brick point because it's in that little cubby, gets so much value just from that one piece of util. So Perry, they steal it over and over again, reset over and over again in the chaos, utilizing Tempest, and this is where NBA just have to go back to back to back, stealing it back and forth. LEG tries to play spoiler before they get the steal, and they go, no, see you later. We heard you coming up the ramp. Here's their final steal, and this is where it gets crazy. Perry get aggressive onto the one player onto it. They get the steal, use the Tempest, head back to safety, and Skydie comes in and finally cleans up the last remaining member of LV, but they lose one more player in the process. So now they've just got two, and here it was just like, well, sorry, boys, you can try for it, but there's just no way that they win, Tiff.
Yeah, they had it logged off with the incendiaries, but there really isn't another choice. You just have to full send, try to get that Mandel brick, and then hold on. Even if they were able to get the decode stolen away from Perry, living after that, not looking so likely.
Yeah, and hey, folks, when we're talking about these operator choices and how much value you can get from their kits, this is what we're talking about. Allure might not have been a top 3 choice on Space City, but was probably number 4 because you get so much value from those incendiaries. And speaking of smokes, you don't know that person's charging you on the brick when gunshots are firing all around you and everything's smoked to oblivion. So, hey, operator choices certainly matter, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens here, Tiff, in the next round. It is time for us to go back to Space City, folks. 3 teams with a brick, 3 teams that can end the tournament on map 6, and 3 teams that can push us to map 7. You're not going to want to miss this next round. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth and get those scores for you. When we come back, it could be the last round or the penultimate one. Only time will tell.
Gizmo, we've conducted a risk-benefit analysis of pursuing Saeed. His father believed he would grow into a fine hunter, and his subordinates are convinced they can accomplish change in Asaro by following him. Reese mocks his naivete, while Havoc deems him a significant threat. Our superiors have issued the following directive. Saeed's active vendetta against Havoc, who destroyed his village and people therein, presents an opportunity worth exploiting.
It's Saeed!
Rest in peace. Farewell. The hunt has begun. Check your gear. No mistakes. Crush them.
Got it, boss! On the way!
Cover me. Enough chatter. Move out.
Let's go! Hold on!
Decoding has begun. Decoding has begun. Defensive. Bad day, operator.
Welcome back to the Delta Force Global League Season 4 EU Finals, folks. This was a banger map and some very nice value adds here for Perry at the top. 4 kills plus 7 mil and the Mandelbrick, Tiff.
That's a banger, if I do say so myself. It puts you into win condition for the next map on Space City. However, we can highlight that all day. Mandelbrick Addiction, who were doing so impressive guarding the Mandelbrick during the decoding stage, rack up double-digit kills. Sure, they don't leave with a lot because they get wiped, but that's still such nice value from those kills alone.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, taking a look at the bottom two, Dark Entities, because they got wiped off rip and they brought in such expensive gear, -3 mil is brutal for them because, again, there is ranking based on loot value if you're tied on bricks. So keep in mind, DE definitely going to go for that second brick, of course, but let's take a look at the overall and be able to break this down a little bit further. All right, so all things considered, Mandelbrick Addiction is doing fantastic. All right, they have 14 kills, 27.6 mil. Frankly, nobody's even close to them in loot value, which is great news. However, this is not a qualifier necessarily. This might have some ramifications in the future for future events. Who knows? We'll get more info on that later. But for now, you're playing for 4K. So you got to go for the win. So that loot value is very nice to protect the top 2 position. But Mandelbrick Addiction's still going to fight for that brick, in my opinion, Tiff.
Yeah, you definitely want that, right? You end the tournament, you don't drag it out to a game 7 where it's going to allow chance at what people can potentially loot, because you really never know. You could lose everything, and then Dark Entities, next thing you know, they grab another Mandel brick. It doesn't matter because they've got 2 bricks, you have 1, you lose first place overall. You can't call yourself the Delta Force Global League Season 4 champion. And Perry, who just netted themselves a Mandel brick, could easily go back to back and close this thing out. But for LV, Darkside, and Legacy, this is the time. Legacy is the team that came in from the semifinals Group A who had 2 Mandel bricks, and so far they don't even have 1. But they're no strangers to fighting. The first 2 Space City maps just haven't really been their favor, right? They keep losing 1 off rip due to those spawns. It can't happen to them again, right?
I hope not. I don't know. I'm scared about this next map. I think it's going to be as chaotic, if not more, than the last map we just watched. Let's take a look at the operators, though, because now we're finally into a position in this tournament where things start to get a little bit more mixy. You start to have to make some more decisions based on what you want to bring in. If you're just assuming this is the last map, it can go to 7. But if you're assuming, it looks like the only team that left a Tempest for this moment is Mandelbrick Addiction. That is probably the biggest point on this list of all the other operators you can play. We know how important Tempest is. The fact that Mandelbrick Addiction has a Tempest on the map and nobody else does is such a huge value add. And Tiff, I'm going to go one step further and say, when I talked about Mandelbrick Addiction having an advantage in this tournament by getting the first brick, this is one of those advantages. They didn't have to call to use that Tempest in one of the other rounds, and they have it for round 6. Now, the only Tempest on the map means they have so much power on this map 6.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you have Legacy, LV, and Mandelbrick Addiction that all have 1 Raptor remaining. His EMP grenade and drone utilization can be nice, right? If you're looking for a decode, you throw your drone up in the air, you look for where the players are hiding out, and if you got someone like Buldo was like just chilling on top of a decode, just a nice little EMP in there changes the game for you. But, you know, not everyone has it, and of course, you're right, Mandelbrick Addiction with the Tempest is going to go so hard here. Ooh, I don't know what we're doing. Perry seems to have the least amount of choices, but at least they do have 1 Luna choice left for Space City.
Yeah, I assume maybe they run Luna Shepherd Toxic, I think makes a little bit of sense. I don't know. I think you're right, Perry, having kind of double burned a lot of their operators. Them not having Aluru, they're going to have to play this next map very different from the last. They had so much value from Aluru on the last map playing a defensive playstyle. I think they have to play quite a bit more aggressive, not having those incendiaries to zone off. So I don't know, a lot of what ifs. I'm really excited to see what happens and what the choices are. But let's take one quick look at the maps one more time to remind you, if maybe you're just tuning in, where we're at and where we're going. We don't have much further to go, folks. Map number 6, Space City Mandelbrick is on, which means if a team that is not a top 3 team right now gets this Mandelbrick, we go to game 7, and the last place team would select any map besides Zero Dam with a Mandelbrick on, which is pretty crazy to say. So I'm pumped to see what happens here, Tiff.
I truly am as well, but this is what we were talking about, right? Mandelbrick Addiction did get a solid spawn in that prior map. It was tier 2 though, so they still have an opportunity to nab a tier 1 spawn alongside Dark Entities, Darkside, and LV. If I'm Legacy and I get those tier 3 spawns again, I'm out. Like, I can't because they just had a T1 spawn in game 5 and they still lost one member. Yeah. They had that water tank station spawn in game 4 and they still lost one member. Yeah. So we just need a safe first 2 minutes. I mean, granted it's the finals. We're not trying to give anyone safe anything, but they just need a nice little moment to get things going.
Yeah, they need to breathe at the beginning of a map for once on Space City. You're right. Yeah, it's funny because Space City, there's so much aggression at the very beginning and then towards the end, right? Right off rip, everybody knows spawns and you can push for some of those early knocks because of the long sight lines. I think all of the spawns are actually very viable on this map, maybe aside from Assembly Room top right. I think that spawn is tough. Obviously, Mandelbrick Addiction made it work by sniping one from a distance over towards Water Tank. But even that Water Tank spawn that's technically T3, if you move fast enough and don't get shot in the back from Assembly, you actually can wrap down to the south side of the map for free, and there's nobody else down there, and you can actually make a very easy play towards the brick in the middle of the map at CEO. So all of these spawns are very valuable. It's just a matter of how you utilize them, and hopefully you don't get shot first. So looking at our operators, nothing's changed here, Tiff. Now what has changed, I guess, is what we're talking about on the operator selection page, which is that, hey, only one team can take this third pick of Tempest, and that is Mandelbrick Addiction. So that's going to be the big difference maker in my mind.
Yeah, I do believe so. Of course, we will have Lunas across the board. There is some stingers that are going to be, but that Tempest for Mandelbrick will go hard for them. They're going to look to end things out here. They don't want to let it go to a game 7. They're chilling on their loot value. The only thing that's going to stop them from taking first place is not getting the double brick.
Yeah, and I am getting word from production too to help us out a little bit that as much as Perry was limited in some form and fashion from some of the operators they have left, they do have Luna, and I think they're the only team that still has a Luna as well. So again, they were playing a very defensive playstyle with their Alluru, incendiaries and rockets. This time it's going to be an information gathering map, and if they have all the information, they're going to have a better chance to win this map and potentially win the lobby. So the only Luna will be on the map from Perry, and the only Tempest will be on the map from Mandelbrick Addiction, and we'll have some variety from the rest of the teams. It's just going to be a fun one, and I'm excited to see if those advantages come into play where you can direct call out that operator choice and the way they're able to use it changed the entire game for them. But we'll see.
Well, I don't know. This is potentially the beginning of the end of Delta Force Global League Season 4 over here in Europe. Let's get into it. The potential last map.
All right, DE and Mandelbrick Addiction get T1 spawns. Holy cow, and both are sprinting towards the brick. It's a minute and 30 seconds before it can get picked up. This thing is fast-paced, and DS is going to get into the party immediately as well from Central Command. They're all the way in Buoyancy Lab already. Utter chaos. The fact that 2 out of 3 of the teams got 2 of the T1 spawns, 2 of the 3 teams that have a brick get T1 spawns is crazy. This is probably going to be the last map, folks. I think I'm calling it here, but we'll see. Also, by the way, take a look. Uvalier is running the AWM for Mandelbrick Addiction. Also, I'm getting word, looking at loadouts, if we go back to them eventually, you'll see it. Mandelbrick Addiction looted a tier 6 helmet off the boss, and they brought it in as a part of their equipment for this map. They are going all in. They want to win right now.
We're hedging our bets. They're stopping this tournament if they can. Mind you, Mandelbrick Addiction, Dark Entities, Perry, all in win condition. If they get the Mandelbrick decoding, they are out. But check this out. Here we go. Stinger on Uvalier, Alluru on Bulldo, and Tempest on Skydie. They want this.
Yeah, there it is. You can see that tier 6 helmet on Skydie. He's been a difference maker for their team, certainly, but all of them have their moments in the limelight. All very strong players. Skydie was our MVP during the semifinals, but only barely. This is a team effort. That team currently in first, but it all comes down to who gets the brick first. And DE in trouble. DE running into DS on the left side here as they're playing for the brick. Because of this fight happening, NBA get the brick for free. They grab the brick, and they're going to go start the decode instantly. DS and DE fight each other, and NBA says, well, that'll work for us, and they're going to run away. Where are they going? They head indoors this time around, Tiff. This is a little bit different from the last couple maps. We are headed to some CQB combat.
Yeah, and it makes sense, right? You can smoke it out with Stinger, you can use the ult from Tempest, but you also have Uluru. And this could be a choice of why they decided to force the close range, because you do have that package.
True.
And I like it. You got quick set cover, right? That's going to help. Plus, you got the incendiaries, which you're going to give Perry a little dose of the medicine that you took on the last Space City map.
Yeah, no, actually, I think it's a really good call out. I think that incendiary is going to be so valuable inside of these small CQB fights. That probably is one of the main reasons they elected to go here. And frankly, they probably had a little bit of information on the map of where some players were and didn't feel like, because the fight was happening around the decoding station that we fought over last time, over by Buoyancy, that it didn't feel like a free decode. So let's get it here. Let's get power position. Let's get set up and force people to come to us rather than running into a bunch of chaos on the other side. Oh, no. Speaking of chaos.
No, yeah, that hurts. That definitely hurts a bit. I'm not going to lie. Especially for Sandstorm. DS at this point, if you lose out on one, we know for a fact that you're not making it into the top 3.
Oh my
Everyone
gosh.
that doesn't have a brick needs it, or else we're in 4th at least.
Oh, well-placed frag grenade is going to give the player advantage to DE, and because of that, Use Bishop comes in and cleans things up easily. DS is out of this lobby. DS will not be a top team. They are hoping and praying that somebody will force us to Game 7 so they still have a chance for a brick. But unfortunately, with their total assets, even if they get a brick in Game 7, if we do go there, there's no way they win this tournament. They just don't have enough total assets. NBA is currently sitting on 30 mil, by the way. That's our total score on the left. And currently decoding. DE winning the gunfight means that they're going to be able to get the res and be back on their feet fully repaired. So NBA, DE, Perry, the teams that can end the tournament here. And LV and LEG, the only teams that can force us to Game 7.
Well, DS, you are preying on the downfalls of NBA, Dark Entities, and Perry, and it's not a good position to be in, considering we're under 2 minutes on the decode, and Perry, they need to figure out a way to break this down. Now, mind you, they have the Shepherd, Toxic, and Luna, and you have to figure out, how do we get past a Tempest, Stinger, and a Luru?
Indoors, too. First push is going to come from LV. An AWM in hand means Uvalier is about to piece somebody. What LV probably doesn't know is that it's just a solo on the other side. Yes, with an AWM, but if they full send this, he's got actually some backup right behind him, not peeking this corner. Hello. Oh, no. There's no way. LV shoots first. Uvalier goes down. AWM on the ground, and Skydie has to back up.
Before the match point team wins the game.
It's all right, a minute left on the decode. This is Perry's perfect scenario, but look at Buldo, the angles that he's able to take, but it doesn't matter because Stick still finds him. Stick takes him out alongside Baxter with the assist, and they move in to try and close this one out. NBA, this is gonna be their loss. They have to hit a reset, and there's no way we're getting our bodies back unless Perry is taken down.
NBA have come out of solo hero situations so many times. This one doesn't look like one that they're gonna be able to do that in. 2 players down, 1 member of NBA lurking in the shadows, trying to stay alive. Perry come for the free steal. LV and Perry collapse on the position at the perfect time. But Perry knows that DE's on the hunt. They've got a ping from the recon arrow, so they're going to back way up. This is Perry's playstyle. They don't sit the brick. They just wanted to reset the timer and readdress this fight from a totally different angle. They're backing way out of here. Skydie alone having to be the hero, while upstairs, LEG and LV fight each other to the death to try to be the team without a Mandel brick that can keep playing this game.
Oh god, okay, well, we're getting in there. Now, LV down 1 on the stairway. Legacy has to get into the mix. At least they have Shepherd, Uluru, Toxic running double engineer here to get a little messy on our final Space City. Oh, that angle would be disgusting easy.
Easy's got some advantages. Utilizing the sniper. Skydie's just proned out on the ground, hoping no one finds him. Oh, Skydie found one, but he's getting trapped by both members of LV. Man, the brick addiction is out of here. Did we expect Skydie to be able to do something as a solo? Probably not, but unfortunately, he sees what he thinks is a free kill, but two people peek their ugly heads and wipe him out this lobby. DE and Perry, the only teams that can end this tournament right here, right now. LV and LEG battling to extend it just one more map.
50% chance it ends here. Now, the two teams that can close this one out are all full teams of 3, but it's the duo that jumps the decode, that steals it. Now, mind you, in semifinals Group B, it changed hands so many times in one of these maps that they went to a Game 7 and no one got the Mandel brick.
That's right. That's right.
So, could happen. Could get crazy.
It definitely could. Two teams rather fully wiped out of the lobby, though. I don't know. Maybe. And that's right. Skydie had that tier 6 helmet from looting the boss earlier that they brought into this map. And now LV are in control. The helmet's worth 1.4 mil. Let alone the value you have utilizing it on this map. And it does look like Umid has decided to equip it for this fight. LEG is on the brick right now, or about to be. Looking to maybe back off here, not overextending. They want to try to get a lay of the land first, as RR is technically peeking and holding that hallway inside.
Moment to kind of just let it ride. We're under 2 minutes on the decode for the duo. I'm just keeping my eyes out. I don't think we're getting Crim back because Legacy's in the play. They're all 3 in the building, and Perry's on the move.
So a quick look at our other two teams. You're right. Perry is on the move, trying to get aggressive. They have done a gigantic rotation all the way around the backside, up to the top floor, and they're going to come in from the high ropes to try to get involved. DE says, well, LV's decoding, so we don't lose if they get it. We can play really slow here. We don't have to be the team that goes for the steal here. They're slowly creeping up as well, but they don't feel a sense of urgency in comparison.
Mandel brick
1 minute.
is active. Grab a copy now.
1 minute to go. And that's right. We're just going to keep trying to get closer. See what we can do. Mind you, Perry and Dark Entities, both a team of 3. Same with Legacy. The only duo on the map's LV. And they got 30 seconds.
Here we go. A fight happening around the brick. LV barrel stuffing their opponents. DE does get aggressive. They don't want to wait. And LV goes down. LV wiped means our timer has paused. Nobody in control right now. It is all about the fight on the map. LEG trying to get control of the brick. Gonna go for the steal. They do get it with plenty of time because the timer's paused. And they're gonna back up. They fully regained. DE in a bit of trouble, but LEG doesn't want to risk it. So they're gonna back up and let the other teams potentially fight while they can fully repair and be prepared to protect this brick and potentially take it home.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening, but still, Legacy, the only team that can keep this tournament going, now has the decoding. 2 minutes on the clock. So look at what we've got. We've got Shepard, Aluru, and Toxic, and Perry about to peak, and we connect! That's the shots that we need. That's how you keep things going.
AWM to the face. That'll do. Make them think twice before peeking you again, Easy. Oh, he's actually going to make a play. The window hop-up's crazy. Stickinson knows it, though. He's actually tracked him up here. But I don't know if he's telling Baxter in time. Did he not see him jump through? I thought for sure he saw it. Easy has to hit the shots, and he does it. LEG, no. In trouble. Perry somehow still alive on the back of Stickinson as a solo. Not enough. A great effort. But holy cow. What a misplay from Perry. I thought he saw him hop through. Maybe he just saw him hop up but not go all the way through, so he didn't calm to his teammate that he needed to back off the res. Perry die, LEG in control, DE a duo, but DE stealing because of the fight upstairs.
Well, that's okay, because Legacy's back up to a team of 3, but time is of the essence. Clock reset back to 2 minutes on the decode. And now, with a numbers advantage after that reset from that engagement, they're likely going to see how do we break down a Shepherd and a Luru. We don't have the cooldown just yet on the Incendiary because they expended it prior to block off that end of the hallway, but we're almost up.
A 2v3. They've lost full array in the process, who's already hit yellow timer and gone down again. Gonna use Luru with some advantages there.
The quick cover coming in, the concrete wall, bro. Get through that.
It's gonna give him a little bit more time to take some shots there. They're not insanely sturdy, but it could be just enough to matter. What it is gonna allow potentially DE to do too is when the timer gets extremely low, you could have someone sit the brick behind that cover. Go for the barrel stuff. Now, Lure Incendiaries, they go both ways. This one will land on Flarich. He's in a bit of trouble right now, and they're stacked inside of that cubby. Gonna go for the steal immediately. Easy sticking it now. He knows they have the advantage, and they know they can't get peeked. Great zoning technique. This is the value of a Luru on this map. Looks like Easy's only got 1 bullet in a dream inside the AWM.
Back to a minute 30. Just over a minute to go, and now you have to wait for your cooldowns, but just like we were seeing Incendiaries and quickside covers come through on that DE side, well, you know what? Legacy's got an Aluru as well.
Decoding is almost complete. Keep protecting.
There goes the shot. Risked it for the biscuit. No more sniper shots, although Flarich does not know that. 50 seconds. Gonna think twice about peeking when you hear the AWM fire your direction. Obviously, advantage to LEG right now with Brick and a team of 3. But anything can happen.
Okay. Less than 30 seconds. Still gonna take time to hit the decode. Mind you, Dark Entities, they win, they end it here, right? But if Legacy does, they go again, and we're falling. We go again. Legacy hits the wipe onto Dark Entities. They're getting the decode in just about 9 seconds. We go to game 7.
Talk about a valuable... I guess that was a Sonic Trap. Did I see that right? Yeah, it was Scoop's Sonic Trap that stunned them where they couldn't hit their shots in the double child, folks. It's Championship Sunday, and we're going to Game 7 in the EU Finals. Holy cow. Welcome back, LEG. You won your semifinals. You've had a tough finals day, but you grabbed the brick when you needed it most. Folks, we got 4 teams on a Mandel brick going into the last map of the day.
Mandelbrick Addiction, who fell early in this lobby, is probably like so grateful. Let's run it back.
Take a look back on this. And again, I think if I'm DE, this is what you have to do, right? You know one's isolated here. You have to double chow it. Sonic Trap gets them both all discombobulated. They can't hardly hit a shot to save their life. Not their own fault. That's part of the reason you use your util. They go for the double chow to try to make it an even 2v2 trade for the final fight with 20 seconds on the clock, and they're just not able to do it. It was a great effort. Like I said, LEG had the power position by a mile, and they execute it near flawlessly. Great job from Easy & Co. Also, take a look on the left. A little bit of spoiler here, and this won't be 1-for-1. Our leaderboard will change slightly, but this is total assets. LEG picked up a gigantic game to leapfrog this leaderboard. LEG could have potentially just topped our total assets category and tied up bricks. They could be at the top of the leaderboard going into the last round.
This is insane. This just means we are about to have such a great day. Like, it already has been so stellar, but the fact that we're coming down to the absolute wire like this, I couldn't have asked for anything better.
Crazy stuff. And similarly to the last map, LEG is going to send one player out of the map via no backpack. Going to drop what they need to get themselves up as perfectly as they can. The old backpack Tetris, if you will. Except without a backpack. Inventory. And 60 seconds, the rest of the other two players are going to safe box up like crazy. They gained 10.6 mil on this map. Everybody else lost. Nobody gained a thing besides LEG. You see 165k, that's the plus. You don't see the negative. Everybody else brought in crazy gear. And all of it was looted up by LEG. Now that 10.3 is going to go down because they're only getting one player out of the map. But either way you look at it, still a fantastic map for them. I believe Easy also taking out the AWM. Not sure he's got ammo, but still. Gonna pick up the dog tags. Those are 150k a piece. Just really well done from this roster to stay patient and play together as a unit. Ended up clutching up at the final fight. Ooh, nice pickup there with the phono in the safe in the last 10 seconds. What a grab. Wait, what?
I don't know.
That's insane. 1.2 mil there. That goes into the safe box. Is going to get out with LEG. Big congratulations from me.
Yeah, that was pretty stellar. And then you just get a little Delta Force gift from the gods there at the very end. Like, oh, hey, you fought through all of that. Here's a little goodie, a nice little 1.2. What a map. What a map. We thought that it was going to end in game 6 with that many teams that needed to close it out. We get to a point where there's only 2 teams left that could extend our tournament to a game 7. And after a brawl around the decoding station, which I love the choice of taking it to that hallway, but there were still so many teams that did have those engineer operators that were selected that allowed them to get into the mix that let it be so messy there, Ghosh.
Yeah, it was very, very messy. And I think the choice by Mantle Brick Edition to take it inside, I think it was still the right choice, although they might be regretting it now. And so I'd be curious to know what their comms were like during that one. Let's take a quick look back on the replays from the map. There were plenty of highlights because it was nonstop action. And it actually started right here. This is where Folare fell at the beginning of the map. This is what put him on yellow timer in the original fight. While all that was going on, NBA said, well, thank you guys for fighting. I'm going to grab the brick and I'm going to start the decode for free. We head indoors and then DE punishes back DS and wins this team fight. DS is the first team full wipe as Uzbishka and Co come swinging up the stairs and just outshoot their opponent. So DS out of the lobby, DE regain, but Folare's on yellow, which does matter a little bit later. Now here, Uvalier's got the AWM and unfortunately, it just looked like he couldn't pull the trigger fast enough, and perfect lineup, perfect shots from LV were able to net them a kill there. Now LV getting punished by LEG from the top ropes, and this is where things started exchanging hands quite a bit. Going back down to LV though, they've only got 2, and Scotty says, wait, they're all lined up for me, I can kill them, and unfortunately just couldn't quite get them both down low enough to win the gunfight. So down goes Mantle Brick Addiction, they're off the table. LV have complete control for a while and actually win here against Folare. There's the second knock on Folare, so he's full out of the lobby, but then DE strike back with the help of LEG fighting as well, and it was just nonstop chaos from here on out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, re-seeing that shot is just insane. Like, I love a good snipe, and to open things up on Perry, it just has to rip that confidence out. Regardless, they push on in, they start taking him down, but Legacy does what they need to do to take down Perry. From there on, it's like, okay, cool. DE may have seized that in the chaos, but we are just poised and ready to make the steal back.
Yeah, it was really well done from LEG to kind of ape that fight, especially once they got that entry knock. Dickinson almost put another highlight reel clip for us, but here's LEG winning the gunfight. Sonic Trap from Shepard, an OG operator, been around since the beginning, getting a lot of value in a big tournament, and it makes that 1v2 a lot easier to execute on for LEG. They win the fight, they win the brick, and they win the map, and they win a crazy amount of resources, even looting a sonophone in the last 10 seconds of the map to throw into the safe box. Why not? Let's just add a little extra loot value on top of our crazy score that we just picked up. Tiff, I don't know if we could have asked for a better competition. It literally couldn't be closer. We're going to the last map.
Yeah, we really are. I like Delta Force. I like Delta Force Global League, and I love the chaos that Space City brings. That's all I'm going to say. Like, I couldn't... Do we go back to Space City? Because our last place team now gets to pick, and it can't be Zero Dam. So we have things that need to be decided.
Speaking of chaos, exactly, Tiff. Our last place team's about to pick the next map. We've got some scores to put in. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. I got to get some water. We got one more game to go no matter what. No matter who gets the brick, this tournament is over. And there are plenty of teams that could win it right here. You're not going to want to miss this.
at the...
Throwing drill charge.
Head over to the decoding station. Decoding has begun. Defense...
Welcome back, Delta Force Global League Season 4 EU Finals, folks. We just wrapped Game 6, and what on earth is this game scoreboard, folks? Tiff, you got to talk me through this. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous because everyone thought it was ending in game 6, right? So everyone brings in the top gear that they need. They're picking their last gnarly legend or operator selects that they've got, and they're ready to get in there and take a brick. But you know what Legacy does? They do all of that. They do it better. They get 7 kills. They get the Mandel brick, and they go up 14 mil in assets. So even if the fact that we go the full distance of game 7, they have likely jumped up and done enough to put them in the top 3, even if they don't get that last Mandel brick. Because mind you, Mandel brick addiction had what, 27 million in assets overall going into that last match. So they lose 3.6 mil. They didn't get any kills. They're still vying at the top regardless.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of math taking place here, but plus 14 mil in one round is probably the highest number I've seen from a team that only extracted one player. That is ridiculous. Obviously, safe boxes were full, but also, what? Like, how? That is insane. And oh my gosh, they closed the gap on Mandel Brick Addiction, who had the most loot value by a mile. They close the gap. Plus 14 mil puts them within about little under 2 mil away from Mandel Brick Addiction, which with the gear these people are bringing in really isn't all that much. Also, Legacy is pushed to top slaying category for this roster and for this overall finals group because they've got 19 kills. DE's technically in second with 17. Perry not too far behind. This is unbelievable stuff here from Legacy to have the craziest comeback I've seen in a very long time in an event like this. So as things change and we go into game 7, there's still a lot of question marks. We've got 4 teams with a brick. Any of those 4 teams get a brick in this last one, they auto win. Doesn't matter what their loot value is. If I'm LV and Darkside, I would, this is Garrett talking, Goj rather, if I was LV or Darkside, I'd say, well, if we get the brick, we're still not going to win because we don't have enough loot value. However, plus 14 mil, if they're able to do what Legacy just did, you could still win. If everybody gets wiped, it is still anybody's ball game. Literally, any team in this lobby could still win this game, and that's what I love about this format. We're going to Game 7. We don't even know what map we're playing yet, Tiff, and it is anybody's ball game.
It's going to be a great game, is what it's going to be. It's going to be so insane for Game 7 based off these overall leaderboard. Of course, we are going to pull up the map schedule. We'll talk about where we've been, where we're potentially going. Obviously, we've been the tried and true. You guys saw it in semifinals. You kick things off on Zero Dam, you never see it again. And then you go to Brackish, and then the craziness on Space City. But where the heck are we going, Goj? Do we know?
Here we go.
We know?
Oh, our last place team, which is Darkside, has chosen Brackish. Again, map number 7. This is a new addition to the rules for this new season. We play 7 maps if we can get there. And on the 7th map, our last place team, which is currently Darkside, has to pick what map they want. And they have chosen Brackish. Back to Brackish we go. Back to Brackish with another Mandel Brick. What do you think?
I like it, right? Like, you think about what happened on Brackish. It was Mandel Brick Addiction that got the Mandel Brick, right? It was a stellar map for them. So the fact that we're going back to that, they're probably like, okay, cool. Like, this is the best case scenario that could have happened. But do you remember the chaos that came through going to Brackish Market for the decoding station? Sure, they got there early, but Perry was in the mix as well. Dark Entities trying to make a play. It's going to get messy, especially when this is your operator selection left.
Yeah, speaking of messy, you're totally right. The operator selections here do get a little bit messy. There's a couple key callouts though. Darkside chose Brackish. Keep that in mind. Look at their operator selection. It's fine. You still have an Alluru, which is nice. Same with DE. That's great. You have a Toxic still, which is nice. Perry also does to allow you to get some of your revives faster. But here's the thing. Do we know what operator got a ton of value besides Tempest, of course, which is off the table for everybody on this map? Raptor can get a ton of value on this map. Darkside doesn't have a Raptor. It's Legacy, LV, and Mandel Brick Addiction that I assume are going to use Raptor given the selections that are available to them. You can get a lot of information on this map utilizing Raptor's kit that some of these other teams now can't. Other than that, I guess Saniva could help you out. Maybe a couple Hat Claws, but the only teams that have support operators is Darkside and Perry. Definitely will see those Toxics pulled. And then the only teams with Alluru is DE and Darkside. Other than that, I think all of our 3 teams that have Raptor are going to use them.
I honestly hope so, because you're going to need all the information that you can get because it ends here. Now you just have to determine and change your fate of what that's going to look like. Do you get the $4,000 and the first place, your champions of Season 4 of Delta Force Global League? Or are you spawning Tier 3 and you're like, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just going for broke at this point.
Yeah, Brackish spawns are really interesting. So to recap here, obviously, Mandel Brick Addiction and Dark Entities, they got the T1 spawns of the last map and really put it to good use for the most part in terms of how they fought, where they positioned on the map. Obviously, Mandel Brick started with the brick and started the decode, but going into Brackish, I would argue Brackish has the most unbalanced is not the word. T1 spawns are actually T1 spawns on Brackish. Spawning next to Museum on either side is a huge win in terms of getting the brick first, okay? So because of that, obviously DE and Mandel Brick Addiction will not have that advantage. The big question mark in my mind, Tiff, loot value may matter a lot. There's still a couple teams that don't have a brick that potentially could get one on this map, which means it'll be a tie and it'll come down to loot value. If you get a Tower of Babel spawn, I think you stay there at least for a little while and assume there's going to be a fight for the brick that you can show up late to. I think these T2 spawns are actually really solid because of the amount of loot value that you can get, and then you can show up late to the party with your safe boxes full. I know everybody's going to play for the brick. I think you can get away with being a little greedy, though, if you get the T2 spawns.
You have to play for both, though. That's the thing. It's the last game, no matter what. For the teams that get the double brick, sure, it ends. You automatically win, but you need your loot value so high with how close it is at the top. And, you know, these picks, they're gonna look a little different considering temp is pretty much off the table. There's some toxics left. What, you have like 2 raptors in play?
Yeah, 3 raptors, 2 toxics. So again, this is the meta for this map, and there's a couple of these operators still available, but nobody can run Tempest. So this is what I was talking about with the brackish pick, is that Darkside chose it. They feel most comfortable on this map. That's great. There's a couple other teams, though, that can utilize one of the most picked operators on the map because of the value you get from Raptor. And of course, if you have a support going into the last Mana Brick round, it's so valuable to get a faster res for team fights. So you will see our 2 teams, Darkside and DE, use their toxics that are available. But wow, Tiff, it's time. Back to brackish, Mana Brick round. I'm taking a look at some of the loadouts from some of our players, and I'm gonna be honest, not a lot of folks rocking tier 5 gear. Not a lot of golds coming into this map right now. Respecting some of their cash or in playing a bit defensively, or just prepared to duke it out in tier 4. I don't know. All I know is it's gonna be a bloodbath.
Well, you need to be a cash respecter for your loot value, because it's done after this, and it's all going to be based upon where your loot value is on the leaderboard, unless you don't get a brick.
Here we go, folks. Last map of the day. No matter what, it is anybody's game, and you can see what happens. We've got 2 teams spawning in the Tower of Babel. One is electing to leave immediately. LEG wants to play for the brick, and they want to play for it right now. Mana Brick Addiction is going to stick inside of the Tower of Babel and probably loot up for a little bit before they leave. They do have an advantage on the leaderboard of about 2 mil, so if they do at least put about another couple mil in their safe boxes from looting Tower of Babel, they could almost assuredly secure at least 2nd place and then go play for the brick. Now, as I say that, the first red actually pulled is from DS and Sandstorm as they loot up here by Hotel.
Oh boy. Like, it's crazy to see where everyone is situated. The total assets over there on the left, 26 mil for NBA, Legacy up there with 23. We're really close at that top. Game number 6 was so massive for Legacy. And if you're pulling almost 2 mil for Buldo, oh my God, the clutch factor for Buldo is crazy.
Can I just say, I mean, this time it like makes sense where they found it. Can I just say, Mana Brick Addiction have pulled some of the craziest reds in this tournament thus far in the finals. That's the 3rd time they've pulled over a 1.5 mil red, kind of isolated on the map. It's Tower of Babel. It makes sense. But that is a gigantic value add to somebody's bag. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. If you get the Tower of Babel spawn, loot up first. The brick's not going to go in immediately. You got plenty of time. And they get paid for that spawn. It's T2, yes. Maybe they would have liked to be around here in Museum. But that is a nice asset value to protect some cash on the leaderboard. They know they're going to be fighting for 2nd, maybe 3rd if things go awry. But just that 2 mil alone might be enough to keep them in that top 3 no matter what happens on this map.
Insane. Like, insane. I just can't help but laugh because their luck is it is just purely so interesting. For LV though, LV and Darkside are the teams that do not have a Mandel brick in here. And if they want some chance to move up the leaderboard, it has to be them to grab it and get the decode. And over at Royal Museum is where LV has found themselves.
Yeah, LV, pretty good position, obviously. I think the big question here, obviously, I think one thing, I keep saying obviously because we've watched brackish so many times over the last several seasons. One thing you're noticing is that Perry, they pull a T3 spawn. So they sit up and camp for a little while and see if anybody's going to grab the brick and come running right at them. That doesn't happen. So they said, okay, well, nobody's got the brick yet. We're going to go play for the brick. Everybody's playing, you know, a little bit nervous. Nobody's playing aggressive. People know that loot value may matter for how much money you make. Again, if you get 4th through 6th, if you're the bottom half of this leaderboard, you're making $500 as a team, which, hey, fantastic. But we're creeping into the thousands for teams if you're a top 3 team. So, and top 2, a majority of that. Everybody's kind of trying to protect their in-game cash to protect their out-of-game cash before they play for the brick.
It's gonna be a good day. It's a good day to have a great day for the team that decides to win this tournament. And it's like Perry making their way over towards that area. But I love that this is one of those moments where it's like, do we see someone go Asura camp? Do you go back to Brackish Market? And then Darkside, the team that chose this whole thing, is starting to carve their path on the western side.
Here's the efficacy of Raptor. Gonna check the brick, don't see anybody. Drone does get shot down. You know Perry's close, or at least somebody's close. And RR actually takes a bit of damage here, too. Ooh, nice shot. If that was an AWM, that would have been a knock, but unfortunately it is not. So they both trade blows. They both have to repair. And of course, they now know each other are there. There's no question about that, so... Little Rocket looking for a little bit of action or just used as recon. The brick is still there.
Those angles for Perry here. Not only does it give you information, but you could potentially take someone down in the mix. However, we're skirting by buildings in which LV has been occupying.
Yeah, these windows are scary. One bad angle and you're gonna get fried. DS now looking on the other side. It's 3 teams fighting for possession of the brick. Nice shot! Borsch not in gold, so Borsch goes down. With 1 member down, does DS just relent the brick and go for the res to make sure they have a full team of 3? Looks like they are going to nearly immediately stick to res, which could be the opening that Perry needs to grab the brick. LV not looking, at least not right now. Brick has been grabbed, and they're going to go bolting down this alley. LV can't find the angle fast enough. There's the window. Gonna throw the toxic drones up there to make them think twice about pushing this window, but you gotta get to cover. Whoo, gets there just in the nick of time. Oh, if that would have connected, that would have been a drop on 1. But even still, Perry get away with murder, even though they only knocked 1. And, well, okay, it wasn't as free as I thought. Stickinson just a hair too slow around the box.
Yeah, we need them back, too. You got to pick them, put them to safety. Mind you, they have the Mandel brick. They are likely to get full sent, and they do just that. Full array with an angle rips Evan down. He had the brick.
It is just full array, too. Full array's playing solo extender all the way over here, catching this rotation out. What a read from DE to hold this cross, knowing there's only a couple ways out of that boss side of museum. And yet again, Full Array shooting nukes right now, takes one out of the window.
We said this was going to be brutal, and you're already looking at what people have came to play with. You've got a Hack Claw, you've got an Alluru, and a Nox. We are getting scrappy.
Brick grabbed by DE, trying to get to safety. Does Perry chow this immediately? No. They're going to focus on re-upping. Going to repair everything. Their third is on yellow out in the middle of the street. You can't really go for this res, at least not right now. And DE is swinging back to the backside of the map. Back where Perry came from, actually. And gonna start the decode.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
There's there's nobody up here, Tiff. There's a look at the map. This is where Perry spawned.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to have to double back, but they still are looking to hit the resets. The fact that we can still go up to a team of 3 and then play for it, but now NBA, Legacy, Darkside, they're all going to have to full send. LV still in the Royal Museum window lurking to see what information they can find as people are still trying to rotate over there. Time is of the essence, and it's still plenty to work with.
Yeah, and LV's just trying to get their third back up. Which they do, so they're all together and they're jumping out. Perry looking for their yellow timer on the ground, trying to get him to safety. Throwing all the util they can. No, they lose one. Baxter goes back down. It's gonna try to crawl to safety. DE doing a very good job of maintaining a power position while starting the brick. They know the north side's cleared out, and they protect the body. Luckily, Baxter doesn't get sent to yellow timer. I think Baxter's the only one that hasn't been dropped to yellow yet, so could be a big save if Perry's able to keep them up.
It's very close here. Elsewhere, we're approaching the halfway mark on the decode, and Flarich is just going for that crazy. They're like all splitting. You kind of have to, because mind you, they don't all want to get wiped. They need to identify where teams are coming from. Yep. And we've already seen Full Array catch people off guard and be an absolute menace. Well, here comes that. Once you shoot that down, potentially that's going to give the signal to LV that someone is down this way. And Easy actually picks up one member of LV.
Gotta be careful of your crosses. Actually gets the full on him as well. Down goes Umit. LV down to a duo and actually weak as well. Getting caught in the crossfires, trying to get over towards the brick. 2 minutes on the clock feels like a lifetime on the last map of the day. And DE, like you said, so split up right now. Byron Magnetic Bomb does not connect. They're going to be able to get this res as LEG lost a member of their own.
Okay. Well, it's so incredibly close. And with time getting down to the wire, someone's going to have to make a play for this. But all the people getting picked apart on rotations through the crosses, it's so hard to contend with.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Brackish does have a lot of our players split up, and Baxter's actually found an angle on XRR from LV, keeping LV at bay from being able to address the brick. With LG not able to address the brick, technically closest to it, it's going to be DS first to the party here with 49 seconds on the clock. They got to go for a steal, but D's been set up here for days. Flair unfortunately misses shots, which means DS has the advantage. Toxic drones come in, going to force full array back, get them off of him so he can heal back up. Allure Incendiary going to help zone this thing off. 30 seconds on the clock, and there are a lot of blood exchanging hands off screen. NBA keeping Perry from getting into the mix. LEG keeping DS from being fully healthy from the backside, which is good news for DE. Everybody wants a piece of the action, but LEG's here in full health, pushing on the backside of DE. Everybody in trouble besides LEG. Gotta get a steal in the next 10 seconds, though, or wipe this squad. You gotta do it right now. DS has jumped the brick. GS grab it. DS have kept this lobby alive, and DE has nearly wiped all of NBA in the meantime.
This is brutal to see for Ubishka and Flourish. They're both still up. They're trying to carve the path. Can they get through this entryway over to where NBA currently is? Does NBA immediately hop the res? No, they can't. They need them to crawl back to Boldo. You see Uvalier on the ground just trying to make his way back home.
One body protected. One member of DE on the ground in red is going to be an easy pickup for them because... Oh. Okay, no, that was our observer. I thought he just got sniped, and I got very sad for a moment for DE. But everything's okay. D's going to get the revive. That's Uzbishka picking a full array. All back alive, all repairing. Off screen, NBA gets wiped. LV from the backside of the fight. We're watching the brick get protected. DE thinking they're getting flanked. Mandel brick addiction. I can't call them not the winner yet, technically, because we could see LV or DS get the brick, but Mandelbrick Addiction will not get 2 Mandelbricks, and the fate of this tournament is no longer in their hands.
Same goes for Perry. This is insane. So Legacy and Dark Entities, if they are one of the 2 teams that gets a Mandelbrick, they have 2 bricks, they auto win. LV and DS. Times are changing. Times are changing.
DS has got possession of the brick currently in the decoding station, and there's a lot of time still on this clock. It's only exchanged hands once, by the way, folks. So you can start doing the map, the game timer as well. If it gets stolen again, it's going to reset to 3 minutes. We are starting to run out of daylight on this map.
Imagine no one gets the brick.
It's definitely possible. I mean, Mandelbrick Addiction, technically speaking, could still win this tournament if LEG gets wiped and nobody else picks up a crazy amount of loot value and the brick doesn't get picked up by any of the teams that already have one. It is possible.
It's kind of what they're hoping for at this point. You're like just praying on the downfall of everyone.
Some connection from some util. XRR in a bit of trouble. They're trying to land a bit more to get him as weak as possible. LV, they've got a little bit of backup on the off angle, though. LV is down to a duo. They're not going to get their third back anytime soon. And actually, their third gets spotted. XRR in a bit of trouble now. Pinched. Gonna have to try to be a hero. 1v3. No, with a bit of help. Uzbishka very low, but still on his feet. XRR doing whatever they can, but we gotta go back to the brick. Thank you, observers. DS versus LEG. DS in control of the brick and 20 seconds on the clock. A great shot over the top. Easy. goes down. LEG in trouble. Can they even jump the brick at this point? DS on 10 seconds. DS about to get the final brick. DS about to join the likes of 4 other teams to be the 5th team with the Mailer brick. DS have done it. They've held on. A fight off screen, warded off any aggression besides LEG, and LEG's chances are dashed. But the tournament is not over. There are 5 teams with the Mandel brick. It is gonna come down to loot value, folks. There is still so much on the line, and there's only 3 minutes on the clock.
This is a perfect scenario for Mandel brick addiction. They had so much loot value coming into this, but they were the early exits out. So anyone that was incredibly close to them, I'm looking at legacy, right? They had a massive game in game number 6. They need kills. They need to loot because they could take them down. They have a chance to win this.
I said it couldn't get any closer before we started this map, and I stand corrected. This is quite literally as close as it possibly could get. 5 teams with a brick. All bricks captured. The only team that 100% will not win this tournament is LV. It is anybody else's game on paper. Perry, full wiped and out of this lobby. Mandel brick addiction, full wiped out of this lobby. DE with a ton of loot value, but the fight on hand is huge. Lynx on 1 HP in a dream, trying to connect with a Viren ult, and it's not going to land. DS with a power position over the top, but Scoop will not falter. Scoop is hitting his shots over the top. No, he gets traded out. DS win the gunfight. LEG out of this lobby. DS and DE, the only teams that can pick up some loot, try to throw them in the safe box, and figure out if it's enough.
And Dark Side picked this. They picked Brackish. They get the brick. They get kills. They are just frying. They came in with knowing that their back was against the walls and that they had to play to perfection to make a move up the leaderboard. Now, knowing that Dark Entities is a team of 3 and there's a duo on the horizon, they don't know there's only 2 over there. And it's a Trixie that's just got to fend this off. And we are a solo.
2 teams remaining, but it's a solo versus a trio. Trixie knows how much weight is on their shoulders. They've already achieved one thing that they knew had to be achieved, but their job is not done. DE pushing, and Trixie is able to take down one on Uzbishka, but he can't be the hero that they need. DS get the brick, but they leave the lobby. The only team on the map is DE, and Flarich has already extracted. They are the only player that will get out of this map, and all that Full Array can do with Uzbishka is grab dog tags, stuff your safe boxes for the next 50 seconds. This might be the most important looting run in 50 seconds you've ever had in your life. This could be the difference maker. What you fit in your safe box will matter and may be the difference maker on you winning, losing, second, third. Thousands of dollars rely on these last 30 seconds, and you are alone on the map.
Oh my gosh, you're just like running through, what can I find around here? Checking all the death boxes. Usually it's some good ammo stashed into the safe box, but you never know. Maybe you find something that's just impeccable. Those dog tags are going to be worth, so that'll be nice.
The ammo is huge. Gold ammo on the map right now, tier 5 ammo is gigantic in terms of loot value. I mean, they're just trying to check anything they get their hands on. And that's it, folks. I don't know who wins. I genuinely have no idea. Sometimes I lie when I say that. I'm going to be honest with you all. I have no idea who has just won this tournament. Mandel brick addiction, one of the first teams to get full wiped, but they were at the top of the leaderboard by a couple mil. And like I said, they stuck around in the Tower of Babel, Tiff, and then looted up. They picked up another red in a safe box worth like 1.8 mil. Like, insane. I'm almost speechless.
It's just kind of wild for a Game 7 on Brackish, right? Like, we were not expecting it to go to Game 7. We get there, you saw, you know, Space City was chosen from semifinals Group B for their 7th game. We come in, we get Brackish. We go back to what we saw in game number 2, where Mandel brick addiction had found success. And then you just kind of throw everything out the window. We're in shambles in terms of our operator selection. We don't even bring in kitted out gear for some of our teams because they're trying to be like, we need to maximize our total loot value. And this is all before the fact that Legacy had like a 14 million total asset pulled out of game number 6 coming into this. Like, dude, I have no idea either. My brain is like trying to compute math and it's like, will not compute. Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
There's so many moments that, you know, I was saying, well, this may matter, and somehow they all came to pass. I don't even know how that's possible, that when you talk about Mana Brick Addiction, you're like, well, it may matter if they stick around in Tower of Babel. I thought there was like an off chance that would be the case. Nope, apparently that's exactly the case. What a map. Now, a big tip of the hat to DS for wrapping up this map. Yes, they weren't the last ones alive, but they got the Mana Brick and they at least gave themselves a fighting chance for a top position. It's insane to say that there's a team that got a Mana Brick, 2 teams that got a Mana Brick that will walk away with the same prize pool as LV, who end up getting last, as 4 through 6 all make $500. That's how close this competition was. And obviously some highlights here. It was a jockeying around the museum before the brick was finally picked up. Now, Perry started things off, but DE read them perfectly, read them like a library book for 5-year-olds on the back end as they rotate out, cut them down, steal the brick, and put it in the decoding station. Now, DE, they don't get the brick at the end of the day, but they do play position well on our last alive, Tiff.
Yeah. Yeah, they try, right? Perry definitely makes a stand there, but they're the first team fully out of this lobby. Of course, NBA very quick to follow them. They were in shambles. You saw Uvalier just before that trying to crawl on back, but they full send. They come up from the back and LV takes them out. Then it's DS, right? 14 seconds to go on the decoding. They've been here. They want to make sure that they can lock it on in. They take down LV on the wipe. They get the decode. Then it's like, okay, we've got this, but it's the final 3 teams. It's so wild how many kills were on the table for them.
Yeah, and this is where things were so interesting, because if you're DS, you're celebrating. You just got a Mana Brick. The problem is you might have just gotten a Mana Brick and still gotten 5th place in this whole dang tournament. You had to win your gunfights, and unfortunately, they just didn't have enough legs underneath them to be able to do just that. DE win the gunfight, DE loot up for the last 30 seconds, and look at the totals here. The team that comes out on top of the game is, because of the Mana Brick, is Darkside. Pretty much everybody else didn't pick up a lot of loot, and frankly, some people lost a lot of loot. DE are the only ones that earned a lot of loot on that map. They extracted with 1 and safe boxed a ton of ammo with 6 kills plus 4.6 mil. However, thinking back on the earlier leaderboard, they weren't in 2nd place. They didn't have an opportunity to leapfrog up to the top. They needed a lot of loot, and I don't know if 4.6 was enough, but looking at Mana Brick Addiction, Tiff, like we talked about, they picked up that 2 mil in their bag, and they lost a lot of gear, so they're only plus 730. I genuinely have no idea.
Look, Mana Brick Addiction was at the top of the leaderboard in terms of their loot value, but they had back-to-back maps where they went out too early on. They did, however, come in with minimal loot to try and preserve. So the fact that we go up in assets is good at the very bare minimum. The biggest challenger to all this is Legacy, and they lost 1.4 mil.
Yeah, no, that's a really good shout. Legacy was the closest to Mana Brick Addiction, and they lost more. I don't know who wins this, folks, but I'm getting word from production. We've got the champion ready. The champion of the Delta Force Global League Season 4 EU Finals is Mana Brick Addiction, falling as the 2nd team in the last map. They played Protect the Cash, and they earned the most. Unbelievable job from an insane team who somehow, someway win this competition and can take home the title of champions of the Delta Force Global League Season 4. It took them till map 7, and they didn't get it done in map 7, but they stick around in the Tower of Babel. They earn some extra loot, and it was enough to keep them at the top of the leaderboard. What on earth? Tiff, walk me through this leaderboard. Holy cow, look how close it was.
It was so close. So them preserving every bit of life there towards game number 7 definitely kept them at the top, kept them getting $4,000 and being able to call themselves the champions here in Season 4. For Dark Entities, though, it was a stellar performance. I'm talking 23 kills, 22 mil, and the same could be said for Legacy. And it wasn't basically on par with their semifinals performance from Group A, but what they did was they turned it around in that game number 6. They got that Mana Brick, they got 14 mil in loot value, and they got themselves a 3rd place because of it.
Insane. I'm blown away by this leaderboard. And again, that 2 million red that they picked up, it wasn't exactly the amount they needed, but it certainly gave them the breathing room here on this leaderboard. It was all the micro decisions along the way. 3 million or a little bit less than that is really not that much of a margin for the top two teams, considering all things that happened. Unbelievable job from Mandelbrick Addiction to get the win and protect their cash at the top. Dark Entities ended up at 23 total kills and pick up second place for 3K. 22 mil after everything they went through in this tournament to get second there because of that last map, Tiff. At Dark Entities, if they don't pick up that win and they don't get one player out even, that's probably the difference in them getting second versus third over Legacy. And if they don't get the kills that they did on that last map, wipe the map, they may lose to Perry. Who knows? I mean, this was a crazy end to an insane day. And unfortunately for Darkside, it was just too little too late. They pick up a brick, they still get fifth, and they're still walking away with only $500, but they earned their place here in the finals and did a great job here. All of our teams did, Tiff. I mean, recap for me. I mean, any final words for the broadcast, because that was a ridiculous tournament, and I'm so glad that we got to share it together.
Yeah, I just want to give a huge shout out to all of our competitors today. It's not easy. It was not easy. It was one of the most difficult lobbies here that we got to witness here for Europe. It was so intense. And of course, Mandelbrick Addiction, it wasn't like it was just given to them, right? They did have some power moments where they found some stellar loot that allowed to carry them in that initials, but being taken out of maps 2 times early on made their journey where they're sitting there back in the lobby like, what the heck is happening? Like, what are we going to do? Anything could happen from our teams, and they definitely gave everyone a run for the money. What a journey. I'm so glad we got to go to 7 games, and I'm so glad that we got to be on the desk to witness it.
I totally agree, Tiff. You absolutely crushed it today and in the semifinals. This was a long tournament. I really appreciate you joining me for the EU side of things through Delta Force, and I'm sure we'll see you in the near future for more Delta Force competitions. All right, folks, that's Spider Tiff. Go drop a follow for Tiff as well. Absolutely crushed it. But as per the usual, it's just you and me. You and me, chat. That was crazy, okay? I don't think we've ever seen a tournament be that tight on a leaderboard where every Mandelbrick round, somebody different gets a brick. It comes down to loot value. And the team that won got wiped early in the last map. They just had barely enough cash to still win. Insane stuff. Let's take a quick look at the end pricing for all of our teams just to remind everybody of how much money they're taking home. Mandelbrick Addiction, all of their hard work, all of these small little micro wins they had on the map net them $4,000 as a team. Dark Entities ended up picking up $3,000. Legacy at $1,500. And then Perry and Darkside, even though you got a brick, still only $500 a piece, but you earned your spot in the final as well. And LV, frankly, I thought they had a great tournament as well. I thought they put up a fantastic fight. They're just the only team that didn't have a brick at the end of the day, still walking away with $500. So big congratulations to all of our teams for competing today. And I'll echo what Tiff said. Big congrats to all of the teams that competed in general. We had a rigorous open qualifier process. 42 teams for EU that ended up being able to compete in our open qualifiers. And these are the final 6 that earned some cash from the competition. So a big congrats to these 6. But thank you to all the teams that participated through semifinals, open qualifiers, and then made it to this stage. But chat, you and me, and I think my final thoughts for the day as well, that was a lot of fun. Okay, that was one of my favorite Delta Force tournaments we've seen thus far in esports. And we got more coming up actually pretty soon, folks. This is a long one. And North American Finals, 4 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Central Time. It's North America time, and it's going to be a banger. EU went the distance almost every single time they were on broadcast. Last time we saw North America, Group A ended in 4. Inc., a dominant team. Who knows if they can do it again in finals, or will Syrup, who won Group B, maybe take the show? Only time will tell, folks. You're not going to want to miss it just in a couple hours. By the way, if you can't do conversions, that's starting in 3 hours, all right? Show up 3 hours from now, same channel, North American Finals. I'm sure it's going to be a banger. And my final reminder for you all at home is that we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. So thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you in just 3 hours' time. DE and NBA instead of sub. Like, what in the world? Skydie out in the open. Right, get to the angle. Skydie is up, but not for very long. And it looks like the fire riddle landed. Gets the knockdown, gets the 2-piece. Skydie's on 1 HP. Diaz wiped. Holy cow, down goes Perry. It's utter chaos. Fight They've got less than a mil from this map alone with Devolf activated.
Okay.
One goes down, Scoop gets punished, and we need to get him back onto the map. They hear the respawn timer. They're going to open things up and trade tab. Should get it. There's that rope. See you later. I'm back in cup. Can to zone it off. Do they know that Skydie's on the right-hand side? Barrel stuffs their opponent, Skydie. Making quick
Squads target each other. You're loving this, but the angles come through.
Addiction are the first to the brick. They've got a ton of kills. They've got a ton of loot. Sneak in. Here's the knock. Uvalier goes down. Not going to make it to the extraction point. We just got to stick the point. Who gets out?
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Only a PS gets it, but not quite enough. Is able to break line of sight. Now just beating people down with the shield, trying to stay alive. A great cleanup here for... What are we doing right now? What are we talking about? How does NBA keep getting away with it?
Matter of the bout, Lynx super low, forced to push the equation, and Chow hits.
Even if he gets there in time, I'm not even sure if he has enough time to take it. They get it for free. Remember, if LV's down, the second one's half health. DS is in trouble, and ooh, a nice knock.
They're gonna toggle throughout these towers. These
Hello.
wings. And
Cook Nade takes about half health as well. They actually trade health for health, and a push comes through. Stickinson, 4th run, 3 seconds on the clock for the extract. They're just gonna try to get onto the point and get out. Do they get there? They're able to get revived, but they don't get the brick, and this is gonna allow Boldo to grab it. Mantle Brick Addiction. Things up as a reminder, if NBA gets wiped here, the timer will pause. One goes down, the second goes. No, Boldo trade of the Mantle Brick currently, and they're actually pushing on NBA. This is a huge fight. Skydie gets the first blood. Uvalier can find him. Somehow Sandstorm is alive.
how?
And an arrow goes past their face as well. Here we go, LV out in the open. Where are they? In the corner.
Of LV in their sights, but LV are going back for the brick.
LV get a free side, not knowing where Perry is, and catches an incendiary to the face. Down, go. They don't. Oh, look at Evan. He tries to go for it with the drip sold up and smokes on it. There's a guy on the point. He wins the gunfighting point.
If you lose out on one, we know for a fact that you're not making it into the top 3.
Oh
Everyone that in 4th at least.
Oh, well-placed frag grenade is going to give the player advantage. Full send this. He's got actually some backup right behind him, not peeking this corner. Hello.
Nico, this is Perry's perfect scenario, but look at Bulldogans.
Here we go. A fight happening around the brick. LV barrel stuffing their opponents.
Shepard, Aluru, and Toxic, and Perry about to peek, and we connect.
Did he not see him jump through? I thought for sure he saw it. Easy has to hit the shots, and he doesn't. Elliot Ree somehow still alive on the back of Stickinson as a solo knife.
They win, they end it here, right? But if Legacy does, they go again.
Ooh, nice shot. If that was an AWM, they're gonna get fried. DS now looking on the other side. It's 3 teams fighting for possession of the brick. Nice shot. What a read from DE to hold this cross, knowing there's gotta get a steal in the next 10 seconds though, or wipe this squad. You gotta do it right now. DS's jump team with the Mailer Brick. DS have done it. They've held on of EG, and LEG's chances are dashed. But the tournament, 5 teams with a brick. All bricks captured. The only team that 100% is Mantle Brick Addiction, falling as the second team in the last map.